Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you fine. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the regular session of Longmont City Council, July 23rd, 2004. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Peck,
Present.
Councilmember Christ,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo-Ferring,
Here.
Councilmember Martin,
Here.
Councilmember McCoy,
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Here.
and Councilmember Yarbrough is absent.
Thank you. But we still have a quorum, right?
Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Woo, good. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel. It can also be watched at the longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. As a reminder to the public, in accordance with the council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the city of Longmont may speak during the first call public invited to be heard. And you must provide your address on the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. At the second reading of or public hearing item, you can speak then, but you're asked to add your name to the specific item that you would like to address. And anyone may speak during the final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or any other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. And here's an announcement for tonight. If any of you have come to talk about the Modern West 2 annexation, council will not take public comment on Modern West 2 annexation tonight because it is a quasi-judicial action and it is slated for a future agenda. If you're here to speak on this item, I will not call your name. Or if you come up and tell me that's what you want to speak on, we will say we're not speaking on that tonight. Please hold your comments until it's on the agenda. So thank you. Can I have a motion for the July 9th minutes?
The July 9th, 2024 regular session minutes as presented.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo-Ferring to move the July 9th, 2024 regular session minutes. Let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a discussion? Councilor Chris.
I do.
Okay.
On page 8, on the second paragraph, the discussion regarding virtual attendance was moved to July 16th, but it was incorrectly stated as June 16th. So I just wanted to add that correction.
Accept that.
Thank you. So let's vote on that amendment. Do you want to move that we amend it?
I move that we amend the minutes to change June 16th to July 16th in regards to the discussion on virtual attendance.
I'll second that. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, let's vote.
Mayor, if you can vote by hand for that, please.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Now I would like to move the July 9th. Oh, I'm sorry, that carried unanimously. No, I'm sorry, I need to restate that. That carried 6-1 with Councilor Yarbrough absent. And I would now like to move the minutes as amended. So it's been seconded by Councilor McCoy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Would you like, okay. And that carries unanimous. That carries with 6-0 with Counselor Yarbrough absent. The next thing on the agenda are agenda revisions and submissions of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Dawn, do we have any agenda revisions?
Mayor, we just have a corrected agreement for item 10D, the Comcast agreement. You all have a copy at your tables or at your desks. There is a correction to section 9.5 where the percent and the wording that describes the percent don't line up in the copy in your packet. The correct version, those do match. So the copy in front of you is the corrected, it's just that one Scrivener's error. So
Okay,
that's the only thing I have.
thank you. So on this agenda item to add things to future agendas, I'm going to augment a little bit because I have a couple of motions that I need to make at the beginning of the meeting. And because the first one, in order to move it along, is about Councilmember Martin's attendance. So I'm going to ask Councilor Martin to recuse herself because she's not allowed to vote on this. It would be a conflict of interest. Councilor Martin, do you approve of that? Do you confirm?
The question is, what does recusing myself mean? Does it mean I don't vote, or does it mean I have to leave the meeting?
Both.
Okay. How do I get back in?
Functionally speaking, that's.
She just can't speak to it.
Because,
It's online.
Well, I did run this past our city attorney this afternoon,
let's just get in.
and I've already talked to Dallas about it.
Thank you for that
You're welcome.
clarification.
So yes, you will log out, Counselor Martin, and Dallas will tell you when he will allow you to log back in. Thank you for agreeing to do that.
Okay. Am I going to get to hear the motion?
Of course.
Okay. Then I'll
Well,
log
you're going
out
to
as
hear the
soon as-
results of the motion.
Okay, but you'll read it back so I'll know what the motion was.
Of course.
All right, thank you.
That makes sense. So if you could leave the meeting, that would be great. Okay, I am going to make the motion and open it up for discussion. But I do want to say something first. First of all, thank everybody for all of your emails and your interest in council's performance and how we do business. The first thing I want to say is that I want to read you an opinion that in 1980, Gordon versus Blackburn, the Colorado Supreme Court gave an opinion on. And the reason I'm reading this is because it was mentioned in the emails. If a person maintains the present intention, the word intention is very important, of returning, he or she may leave his voting residence for even a lengthy period without losing it. So that was a Supreme Court decision. And with that, I want to respect Councilor Martin's statement that she made, that she would like to remain until the end of the year. So I move to cancel Councilor Martin's ability to virtually attend city council meetings and suggest she resigns her seat as of December 30th, 2024. Let me make a comment, though, that resigning her seat is her option. City council cannot force a council member to resign their seat. So let me repeat the motion and see if I get a second here. I move to cancel Councilor Martin's ability to virtually attend city council meetings, and I suggest she resigns her seat as of December 30th, 2024.
I'll second that.
So it's been, I moved it, it was seconded by Councilor Christ. Open it up for discussion. Councilor, who's number 7? Councilor Rodriguez.
Oh, no, McCoy on.
No, you're on.
I actually do believe that council number 7 is Councilmember McCoy.
It is, but I put you on.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mayor Peck. I just want to speak to a couple things while we consider this motion. First of all, I've received all the emails that all the other council members have received, including Councilmember Martin, which call for an immediate resignation or request an immediate resignation of Councilmember Martin. So that, in function, would leave you with an open seat representing Ward 2. You say that Councilmember Martin cannot represent Ward 2 functionally due to the distance. But zero representation, to me, seems worse than marginal representation. So I want to make that point clear first. Also, we're about to go into one of the most important parts of council function, which is approving a city budget. If we have a vacant seat, a 3-3 vote on city council is a failed vote, which is disastrous when considering a city budget. So even with Councilmember Martin's ability to function marginally as a distance participant based on some of the words that were received by the city council through email, that still would break a tie. And I have full confidence in Councilmember Martin to do the adequate research and have the adequate understanding of our budgetary constraints going forward. Whereas there will be nobody in that seat otherwise until December, when we can seat them after an election held at the beginning part of November. So I just want to say those things first, that functionally speaking, some representation is better than zero representation. As far as, I don't know if I support this motion because removing her ability to remotely participate would again functionally make zero representation for Ward 2, regardless of whether she resigned or not. So I don't think I can support the motion as stated. But I do intend to hold her to the letter that she proposed, stating that if she is not able to resume normal function of duties with residents in town, feet on the ground, as some folks have said, for 2025, that we expect her resignation promptly. And so I will not be voting for this motion.
Thank you. Councillor McCoy.
I'm concerned that Councilor Martin, that the community is really starting to gravitate to the idea that Councilor Martin needs to move on, and I think that I would prefer to have a shorter time frame so that the people could actually exercise their democratic process and elect somebody to be in there. I don't see that we often have tie votes or even close to tie votes on many issues around the budget. We see that this is oftentimes continuing. It's oftentimes ideas that have already gained quite a bit of support. So I'll support this, but I really believe that we need to be on a much shorter time frame. So if this doesn't pass, I'll be moving to move it to a shorter time frame, because I think we need to maybe take advantage of the election that's happening in November, so that our city clerk isn't faced with having to have another election right after we had an election. And so I'll support it for now, but I'm concerned that we're starting down a slippery slope and a path where we haven't really nailed out how long somebody can be gone. I think it's one thing if somebody's out because they have an injury from a car accident or a bicycle accident or some other thing like that, or even have a child or some sort of thing like that. I felt like Councilor Martin should have maybe exercised the ability to go down the Family Leave Act and done some things with that. I think people would be much more supportive with that concept. But it really bothers me that this is just this languishing, situation. And what it felt like is after this last pre-session that we didn't necessarily get information. We got kind of surprised by some information that she had gone into a contractual agreement for an apartment in New York, and that made some feel that she had removed herself from the community, and so that's, I think, where I feel that she has decided to move on and take care of her family and knows something more about this than we do, and should be focusing on her family at this point. It's really the important part of what's going on here. So that's where I'm at with this. Thank you.
Councillor Christ.
Well, first let me say thanks to everyone for having this difficult conversation. I feel like we have not done justice to Councillor Martin, the constituents, and also to the city council and the city itself. And it's tough to know what's fair, and as the mayor pointed out, what precedent we would be setting. The thing is, and we've all received the emails, one of the emails mentions FMLA, and I just want to mention that does not apply to elected officials. However, we don't have any standards in our charter, and we will be approaching 12 weeks that Councillor Martin has been out. Another issue is that Ward 2 has not voted a different candidate, has not had a candidate choice in 7 years, because in the last election, Councillor Martin was unopposed. So I am adamant that there be an electoral process for Ward 2. And I think I somewhat support Councillor McCoy's comment that it should be an earlier resignation. We can't ask her to resign. However, what I would like to consider is that we do hold an election if Councillor Martin's intention is to leave at the end of December. It would be handy to have an elected individual to take over. I think those are my main concerns.
Okay, Councillor Hidalgo-Ferring.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to echo a lot of what Councilmember Christ had said, being a union negotiator. We do not get the benefits from FMLA. So it's a little different in an elected office. I was going back and forth with the vacancy piece and looking at what constitutes non-resident, and also too looking at, we don't have the authority to remove her from office. So it comes down to if she resigns, if she elects to resign. And I would hope that she'd make the decision looking beyond not just her family, but the city, the business of the city and her constituents as well. And I'm sure she's putting some consideration into that. In looking at what a special election, so I did ask, and the email did come out to the rest of council, in order to be able to have it on this November's ballot, she would have to resign today. I don't know if she's in that space, and we cannot force that upon her. The other option would be to have a special election. Councilmember Chris brought up a good point. She ran unopposed in 2021. So there has not been an election for Ward 2 in quite some time. So then for us to fill it with a vacancy, if we allow this to continue on where she has less than a year remaining in her term, we will have to appoint someone. If we put a deadline prior, or soon, before that, where she'll still have over a year, we can run a special election. And this is where I'm going to defer to legal or the city clerk. How much time will our city need in order to be able to call? So from the moment we put in a resolution for a special election, what would be the time frame? How long do we have till we can get it on the ballot or get an election up and running?
Can I break in for a second?
Absolutely.
I want to remind council that we're only voting on this motion.
Yes, yes.
We cannot vote on what the future looks like unless someone resigns. We have no reason to talk about a special election at this moment or an appointment until you make your motion.
Okay, and the
Okay.
reason why I'm bringing this up is to help give clarity to a lot of the emails that we've been receiving. And so it is for public record, and the information's out there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for indulging me.
Of course. And
Thank you.
now, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. Members of council, I think election law is complicated, so I'm going to speak off the cuff without consulting statute, but off of the top of my head. We could not hold an election within 32 days of the general election. So November 5th is election day this year, 32 days. That puts us to the end of 2024, basically, anyway, or close. So we coordinate our elections with the county. We would need to reach out to them and see when they could accommodate. So they need to close out this election, which will take them through the end of December. By the time they do the canvass, the risk limiting audit, all the things they have to do to wrap up and seal this November election, and then take a break. So my guess is when we've had, the last time we did a special election, the earliest we could have it was end of February. And that was in 2018 for when Councilmember Waters was elected.
Okay. And so then, therefore, this brings me to the next part of the discussion.
Okay.
Is we would continue, so if we voted to continue her participation virtually, then I would ask that she have a decision to us by the regular session in November. I think that would give us enough time to hold a special election in end of January, beginning of February? So it'd have to be sooner.
It depends on the county.
Okay.
So I think that was probably a different motion.
Okay.
So let's come back
Okay.
to the original motion. And I want to,
And we
I have
can-
a couple of things to say. First of all, this council has been very compassionate to Councilor Martin situation. Totally understand it. Every single one of us has an issue that life happens, and we're a caring society, so we take care of our family. But when she told me that she had signed a 13-month lease in New York, that brought up a lot of questions about residency and representation of Ward 2, including her intent to return. So that's why I brought up the case law about it depends upon the intent. Councilor Martin, in her statement, gave her intent. And that's why I totally agree with Councilor Rodriguez. Councilor Martin is a very important part of this council. She has been with us for going on 7 years. And we need her vote on our budget. This is no time to reduce anybody's ability on this council to vote on our budget. It's very important. And in keeping with her request is why I made the motion for the end of December. She has researched all of this. She's researched what it means to have a 13-month lease in New York. In New York, it says that if you were there after 183 days, you are considered a resident for tax purposes. That is why, oops, my time's up, sorry. That is why she, in her statement, she said to the end of December, because that will be 6 months, 183 days. So I want to work with her and not against her. We need her for the rest of the year. However, her decision as to whether saying that we will end her remote, her ability to virtually attend, gives her the opportunity to decide, do I want to come back to Longmont? Can I come back to Longmont, or should I resign? And she's the only one that can make that decision. We cannot. And so I don't want this to look like anti or pro Councilor Martin. This is when we made the decision on May 14th, when she asked to go remote, Councilor McCoy was on vacation. So we made a motion for both of them. And the motion said, until their issue is resolved. That could be years for mentally health. We cannot go past that motion. We cannot ignore that motion, which is why with her statement and with this motion, we are giving an end date to it. Only for virtual attendance on council. It doesn't mean if she comes back here and says, I need to go back to New York, that we can't say, absolutely, how long do you think, and give her a month or whatever it is, because we do want to be compassionate. But I think that for her not having to pay New York taxes as well as Colorado taxes, she needs to end it in December. And that's my conversations with Councilor Martin. That is my reason for this motion. Okay, now I see two more people that want to speak. Councilor McCoy, and I am timing because we have a huge agenda, and as you can see, PITBH is going to be long.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I wasn't out. I think I might have had COVID, but I was
Well,
virtual.
whatever.
Okay, but I was virtual because of a COVID diagnosis.
Whatever, we
Okay,
gave
but
you
I was
until the
not
issue
out.
was resolved. That was the point of the
Okay,
motion.
I'm just making sure that,
Okay.
okay.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So I just would like to clarify the motion, I suppose, because it seems like there's kinds of two different questions in there. One is to cancel Councilmember Martin's ability to attend city council meetings virtually, while also suggesting the resignation as of December 30th. So how would you,
I'm just suggesting it.
well, I'm trying to equate, that means that you would both want her to attend physically as well as resign December 30th. That's the way the motion reads to me.
That is clarifying. But basically, her decision would either be to resign or come back to Longmont and attend council meetings.
Still does not clarify for me.
Do you want to amend it, please?
If I could chime in.
Please.
Mayor, apologize, staff is conferring. We have one detail to add, and that is because the charter is prescriptive and says if there is a year or less remaining on the term, you shall appoint. That date is December, the first Tuesday in December is the 1 year mark from her term. So that date is important if you are
Thank you.
not wanting to appoint.
Okay. That makes sense. Go ahead, Councilor Rodriguez.
Fair enough. I'm just trying to understand the canceling the ability to attend virtually.
Okay.
As in, you are trying to force her back to Longmont before the proposed resignation date of December 2nd, or you had 30th in there, but December 2nd is the year point, as the city clerk just informed us. But
And I didn't know about that, so that was good information. No, the reason I chose the end of December was
not my point. My point is the canceling of her ability to virtually participate in council meetings.
because
So you would just have her not participating in council meetings at all until December.
No. She would, the ability to virtually attend would end in December, not end now.
Okay, it should not have necessarily been an and.
What, I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
missing your-
That's why. Well, no. That was how it was motioned. So that's why I was confused.
Okay.
That's why I was
It was
confused.
stated incorrectly, you're right. So,
So making those two dates concurrent, the amended date or proposed amended date of December 2nd and canceling virtual participation as of that date, not immediately. That's my question.
okay, hang on. I am going to take out, I'm going to withdraw my motion and restate it. Okay. I moved to, wait a minute, this always pops up when I want to read. Go away. I move to cancel Councilor Martin's ability to virtually attend city council meetings as of December 30th, 2024, period.
Are you sure you don't want to amend that to the date of a year before her term is ended?
Which is December 2nd.
5th, sorry. 3rd? 2nd.
I want to hit my head with paper as well. Yes. That motion has not been seconded, so I will restate it again. Thank you, City Clerk, for doing that and for counselors bringing me back. So I move to cancel Councilor Martin's ability to virtually attend city council meetings as of December 3rd, 2024.
Second.
Okay. Dawn, was that stated correctly? Eugene, would you, City Attorney, chime in here for us?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. The city clerk and I were making eyes at each other because we don't know exactly what the intent is, right? So if we can't judge if it was stated correctly.
Or not?
So December 2nd is more than a year before the term. And that would trigger the special election provisions. And so she needs to resign as of December 2nd or earlier. So I would think that remote participation would coincide with that resignation, because once she resigns, she can't remotely participate anymore anyways.
Okay.
And if she doesn't resign, then you have cut off remote participation.
Okay, I have a second on that. And let me explain to the residents again, because I know this is confusing. You know, this whole remote attendance came about during the pandemic, and that was for extreme circumstances. So this is new territory for us. It's long-term. We've never had anyone want to not attend city council meetings this long. Other people, to be honest, when they've had extreme circumstances in their family, have resigned. We cannot make people resign, and I agree that she needs to stay here through our budget meetings. It's very important. So,
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
if I may jump in,
Yes,
I think
please
your
do.
motion had December 3rd. If you want it a year before the swearing in of the new position, the date needs to be December 2nd.
Yeah, it's December 2nd, Monday?
Yes. That was not the spoken motion.
Oh, okay. It wasn't the spoken motion. December 2nd. Is what you wanted to say.
you would never know that I had several conversations with the city attorney and about this. to get ready tonight, so, all right, so it was, I misspoke, does anyone want to amend that motion, or can we move on? Eugene, this is a question for you. I misspoke, I said December 3rd, it should have been December 2nd. We don't need to amend it, do we?
Do you want to amend it or all of them?
Have them amend if it was the third.
All right, can I have an amendment for the motion? Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to amend the date from December 3rd to December 2nd, 2024.
You have to accept
Well, do you accept this?
Yeah, I do. I accept it
it. And I accept
as a second.
as the second.
So I move to cancel Councilor Martin's ability to virtually attend city council meetings as of December 2nd, 2024, as amended.
And Mayor, did I capture correctly? You made the motion, Councilmember Rodriguez?
Okay. So we need a very short discussion on this. Councilor McCoy.
Just making sure that we're clear on this, that we really absolutely have to support so that the public understands that we have to have an election on this. This is not something that any one of us here wanted to appoint because of the point that Councilmember Chris brought up, that it's been 7 years since the people of Ward 2 have gone through the democratic process of electing someone.
I disagree with the statement, but
Councilor Christ.
Well, I want to echo what you were saying in that initially when you asked to cancel virtually, it occurred to me that we were a little unkind to Councilor Martin in expecting her to attend council meetings during this time in her life, that maybe you actually wanted her to not participate. But
Oh, no, I do want her to.
okay. I'm okay with her continuing, but I do want to mention the fact that we have an election coming up, and I'm wondering if we were to move this back to November, if that means that we could also have an election with a coordinated Boulder election.
So that would be an amendment to the motion, and I do not accept that.
Well, they're all shaking their heads anyway.
So let's vote.
Okay.
Okay, so that passes 5-2 with Councilor Martin abstaining and Councilor Yarbrough absent. Thank you, Council. Did you?
I don't know if they would be necessary anymore.
Okay.
Oh, was there
I'm sorry, I don't know what the question is. So it passed 5-2 with Councilor Martin abstaining and Councilor Yarbrough absent.
It's 5-0.
5-1.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney again, it would be 5-0. Abstention votes don't count. It's like they're not here. And then Councilmember Yarborough is not participating in this meeting.
Okay. So would you mind pulling up that motion again?
I don't have that ability, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
That happens in the back room, in the magic room.
The magic room.
I'm sorry.
Dallas, can you have Councilor Martin come back into the meeting? I don't know, is she in? I'll text her. I don't know where Dallas is. Dallas, I texted her that she could log in. Okay. Counselors, when you talk, please put your mouth on that microphone. It's very difficult for everybody to hear. So you don't need your motion?
I don't think so, because I just wanted to get us to a date prior
Thank you.
to trigger that. So it's,
Welcome back, Counselor Martin.
did what I wanted to do.
Thank you,
So-
Mayor Peck.
So our motion was to cancel your remote, your ability to virtually attend city council meetings as of December 2nd, 2024. And that passed. The reason for that is, I will let Dawn explain that. Because we had quite a discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. The reason being that the charter prescribes that the council would appoint if there is a year or less left on the term. So December 2nd would be leaving a year or more on the term and allowing for a special election.
Okay. Does that make sense to you? Counselor Martin, do you, I'm going to give you a minute to respond.
Yes. I heard a number of arguments that seem fairly spurious. First of all, I don't think that I should be held to account because no one ran against me in 2021. The ward had every opportunity to put up a candidate to run against me and simply didn't. If they are so dissatisfied with my representation, it seems like they would have. I also want to point out that all of the spate of letters that you received that have made you rethink what our consensus was in the pre-meeting, all came from members who reside in the 3 neighborhoods that have opposed land use decisions in which I voted in the affirmative for pro-density, pro-annexation, and these people would rather that there had been votes in the negative. So
Okay.
I find it
Thank you.
unreasonable of council to be swayed by these arguments.
Thank you. Okay, we're going on, and unfortunately for the residents, I have 2 motions I want to make, but they'll go very fast. I promise.
Will they?
I promise. So my first motion is, and I want to explain it, every year Platte River Power Authority grants money to the 4 cities, gives back money to the 4 cities that are part of PRPA. And historically, that has gone to the Longmont Longmont Economic Development Partnership. Today, I talked to the CEO of PRPA and said, I would like that money to go, instead of to Longmont Economic Development Partnership, into our CARES bucket of funds for people who have difficulty paying their utility bills. And he was totally okay with that. So I'm going to move to redirect the $30,868 from PRPA from the to the CARES program to residents qualifying for help with utility bills.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilor Christ. Go ahead.
The goal of LEDP is to bring business to the city, and it's through business that we fund our general fund, among other special interests. So I feel like this might be a one-off in terms of you put that money into the CARES program, but you're not filling the pipeline for long-term, which is business development that actually supports the city. So I'm against the initiative.
Okay, this money that they are refunding back to the 4 cities comes from residents paying their utility bills. So I feel that it should go back to the residents who are struggling with utility bills to help them pay. The other 3 cities, when I talked to the CEO, Jason Frisbee, he said that the other cities don't always give it to their economic development partnerships either. The reason they did it was because nobody knew what to do with the money when this started. So there's no set rule with PRPA as to where it goes. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote. So that passes 6-0 with, no, I'm sorry, that passes 5-1 with Councilor Christ opposing and Councilor Yarbrough absent. One more, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll get on to the rest of it. Sorry, I want to get these in. Okay. I have learned today that Senator Bennett has passed, and let me pull up exactly what it's called, but it is a lot of money that is coming down from the federal government to help residential and commercial development be electrified. In order to do that for the city, I want to move to instruct staff to permit all new residential development and redevelopment to be all electric, and this is the sticker, as of January 2025. To start that process so that we will be able to apply for these funds that will be available to help electrify new developments in our city.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Mayor, would you just restate that for me?
Sure. I move to instruct staff to permit all new residential development and redevelopment to be all electric as of January 2025. I see no discussion. Let's vote.
Yes.
Just the way the motion read, but. To allow.
So I think we need to wordsmith this. Again, would you like to Councilor Rodriguez, I see you're troubled by the way it has been presented.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I was just wondering, what does this change? Don't we already allow developments to be all electric if they desire to be?
Then you're right, and I didn't state it correctly. What word would you use besides allow?
Well, I'm not sure what your intent is, I guess.
My intent is that we do not put gas in, use gas for electricity in our new development, both commercial and residential. We are
So-
not taking statements from this. I'm sorry, this is a motion for council. We are not taking input from. The reason is that, number one, it's less expensive for the developers. It's expensive to put in gas. And we are going toward electrification.
Right, I understand that. My question is, are you intending your motion to require?
Require.
Is that, okay.
So I will withdraw the motion and restate it. Here we go again. I move to instruct staff to require all new residential development and redevelopment to be all electric as of January 2025.
Mayor, can I?
Goes on to an agenda.
Mayor, can I jump in?
Please.
This is to place it on a future agenda for discussion?
Yes.
Okay. So so your motion is to?
I move to instruct staff to place on a future agenda the ability to require all new residential development, redevelopment to be all electric as of January 2025. And this is per our move toward electrification of our city. Susie, Councilor Hidalgo Faring, does your motion to second still stand?
Sure.
All right. So should we re-vote on that, Don?
Yes, Mayor, please, we
Okay.
will revote. I just want to make sure that it reads correctly on your screen, that we've got it.
Yes, it does, thank you. Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. So this will come back to us, so then we can discuss. I seconded it because I wanted to have debate, but I guess the
Thank you.
debate will go, will go on a future agenda item. So one of the things, I think, when this comes back, is I would like to know how Senator Bennett's, it was Senator Bennett, correct?
Yes.
What he is proposing, or through legislation, how is what we're going to do, how does that coordinate? Thanks.
Seeing no other counselor in the queue, let's vote. And that passes 5 to 1, with Councilor Christ opposing, and Councilor Yarbrough absent. Thank you. Now we'll move on. City Manager's report.
No report, Mayor, Council.
Special reports and presentations. We have a celebration of Pronounce This robotics team from Longmont High School. And I want to thank that whole team for sitting through this.
Mayor Peck, why don't y'all come on up here for a moment? Mayor Peck, in April of this year, the Longmont High Robotics team Pronounced This won the top award in the high school's VEX World Championships, giving them the distinction of best all-around team out of more than 800 teams from around the entire planet. Wow. So we have invited them here tonight to receive our appreciation for really representing Longmont in an amazing way, and just congratulations on this win. So I do have a very short video to show you for people who don't understand exactly what robotics is. My kiddo is a robotics kid, and it's pretty intense. So let me show you a little bit about what they have been up to. So you guys want to go ahead and sit back down. After the video, we'll do a big picture, if that's all right. Yeah. And I will turn down the volume again a little bit. Okay.
Running through the strange light, chasing all the green lights, going up the shade for a little bit of sunshine, hit me with them good vibes.
Sorry, forgot to share it.
On my phone lights, everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Crazy lately, I'm on time, trying to rob myself of something. You just trying to get a word, and life is not fair. I've been working on my tunnel vision, trying to get a new prescription, taking swings and even miss them, but I don't care. I'm dancing more, just a little bit, breathing more, just a little bit, care a little less, just a little bit.
All the way across the field, Pronounce This was absolute.
To get rid of it, smile a little more, and I'm in a way. I've been running through the strange selfish, now I don't care. Found myself a new vocation, calibrated motivation. No more static, change the station, headed somewhere. Dance more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Care a little less, just a little bit. Like life is woo. I make more, just a little bit. Spin a little more to get rid of it. Smile a little more and I'm into it. Honestly, man, lately I've been running through the strange life, chasing all the green lights, throwing up the shade for a little bit of sunshine. Hit me with the good vibes, pictures on my phone light. Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Little bit of sunshine. I don't really know any other way to say this. Can't slow down, trying to keep up with the changes. Punch that number and the name when I clock in. Now I feel like Michael with the cane when I walk in. Basically, life is the same thing, unless you don't want the same thing. Probably should've went and got a feature, but I didn't. I've been saving up the money 'cause it's better for the business. I've been running through the strange life, chasing all them green lights, throwing up the shade for a little bit of sunshine.
Left to go.
Little bit of sunshine.
Yay.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, absolutely. Isn't that incredible to see? So I'd really like to introduce you to Luke. Let me make sure I get everybody's names here. I'm going to not even try your last names because I don't want to embarrass my own self. I'd like to introduce you to Luke, Alex, Carl, and Abby. Go ahead and get on up. I said Abby's name last because Abby was also part of the drone performance team that just performed for y'all on the 4th of July. So extra recognition there. I would also like to introduce their coaches, Jennifer, Marietta, and Danny, I think is how everybody, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and stand up. Come on, you guys are coming too. The mayor has a certificate for each of you. We'd love for you to join our awesome team and just really celebrate this tremendous success for all of Longmont. Very good. Come on around, you're gonna stand over here. Yeah, and we'll get some pictures. Such amazing, talented students. Thanks for bringing the award. That's extra cool. Yeah. Let me see your award. Good job. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Congratulations. Luke. Where's Luke? Congratulations, Luke. Alex? Congratulations, Carl and Abby. So hold those up so we can see them, and we'll take a picture.
We got all the coaches?
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you, everyone.
We are now at first call public invited to be heard. Remember that you have 3 minutes and that we would like your name and address. The first one on the list is J.D. Gleitz, I'm sorry. J.D., would you mind turn on the microphone? Thank you.
Yep, J.D. Gleitz, 1632 Sherman Way. I'll make this quite short. First of all, I'd like to voice my extreme disappointment not being able to be heard by my city council. I wanted to speak about something that deeply concerns me, and I've been involved with it all my life. But I will say that I made a living as a commercial pilot for 43 years. I got started and did all my training at airports like Vance Brand. I also helped several youth and adults get started or keep their skills here in Longmont. One of those youth became an aerospace engineer and professional pilot, and 3 of them went to military academies and served our nation as pilots. I'll have to skip through all this. And then, just as I did, most of the new professional pilots are being trained at airports just like Vance Brand. Let's make sure current and future generations can take advantage of the educational and economic benefits of a safe and vibrant airport. The city should be attracting aerospace companies and leveraging the growth of electrification and new fuels in aviation. Thank you.
JD, and please come back when this is on the agenda. Nadine Lester.
That would likely be too late, right?
I don't think so. Nadine, would you pull that microphone down closer to, yeah, thank you.
Is that good?
Yep.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. I'm Nadine Lester, 1517 Mayfield Lane. I'm here to speak to you about Longmont's open space tax and to ask you to support a ballot question to extend it permanently. I think the community will be solidly behind this action. As you know, Stand With Our St. Vrain gathered more than 1,000, it's pretty impressive, signatures of Longmont residents who say, yes, let's vote in November. Let's vote about a permanent open space tax. Starting in early 2023, Stan talked to folks in the community at events like Earth Day, Cinco de Mayo, our Juneteenth celebration, Pride Week, and even at local businesses. Of all the hundreds of people with whom I personally spoke, not even 5 told me that they didn't want to vote about Longmont's open space tax. They were eager to support this appeal. Volunteers from Stand With Our St. Vrain also attended advisory board meetings of the following city departments: Parks and Recreation, Transportation, the Sustainability Advisory Board, and the Water Advisory Board. All 4 boards support putting the question of a permanent tax extension on the November ballot. We don't need to micromanage the proposal. It's not a new tax. Open space will not add 1 cent to citizens' tax burden. New taxes may be in the works for other projects, but that's a separate issue from the taxes we're all paying and the benefits we're experiencing now. We need not confuse things by claiming the open space tax needs changes. This one has had very broad support for 24 years, and the results are an ongoing success story. I was glad to hear that most of the City Council recently witnessed that very success by visiting Sandstone Ranch, a jewel in the city's park program, and well worth maintaining with dedicated open space funds. Longmont residents are being engulfed by development and the stress that comes with relentless change. No matter how many times we may point out the benefits of development, folks also know that our environment is being degraded by it. This is Colorado. We like the outdoors. You can't expect people not to notice when the climate deteriorates and the natural world disappears. Many residents of Longmont know, as Pope Francis said, we are the stewards of creation, which has been entrusted to our care, and we are obligated to protect it. Remember, in 2023, our neighbors gave more than tax money. They contributed 8,700 volunteer hours to city programs, maintaining and enhancing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Jamie Simo.
Jamie Simo, 517 Independence Drive. Mayor Peck and City Council members, I'm here tonight to speak on open space and the open space sales tax. Danielle Cassidy will be talking more later about maintenance and acquisition costs, etc., but the 2018 Open Space Master Plan has the criteria for determining whether land is suitable for preserving as open space. There are 3 filters for prioritizing acquisitions. First is to determine what values are present or possible on the property. These include ecology and wildlife, agricultural lands, visual corridors, linkage and access connections, urban shaping, buffer potential, surface water, and the potential or presence of low-impact recreation. Once a piece of property passes through filter 1, filter 2 determines the degree of value present. Criteria used to assess this includes willingness of seller to sell property, wildlife, vegetation, and restoration potential, recreation value and adjacent land uses, cost benefit of acquisition and long-term management, maintenance, repair, culture and historical value, ecosystem service benefits such as reducing runoff, enhancing water quality, heat island protection, air quality, watershed protection, floodplain, etc., and equitable access. Finally, Tier 3 applies to these properties determined to be a priority for acquisition and therefore what the appropriate acquisition technique would be. Although 5 years old, I encourage council with questions about land acquisition criteria to read the Open Space Management Plan. In addition to criteria for acquiring open space, it also details criteria for trails acquisition and development. The council communication you received necessarily had to be brief, but Longmont's open space includes more than just Boulder Estates, such as Dickens Farm, which was the former Pavlakis open space, McIntosh Lake, and the reclaimed gravel mining land comprising Peschel open space, Sherwood open space, and Sandstone Ranch, among others. I conducted monthly bird surveys on the Peschel open space for 6 years. I currently conduct monthly bird surveys at Golden Ponds and Rogers Grove, which I've also done for about 6 years now. I know we're largely talking about money at this meeting, but some things are priceless, like the white-tailed deer mama I saw this Saturday at Peschel with her 2 spotted fawns, or the mountain lion cub I saw early one overcast survey morning at Golden Ponds, or the bank swallows nesting at Rogers Grove, or the stretch of St. Vrain Creek from Weld County Road to 119 that is the only portion of the St. Vrain to be given an A rating for the number and diversity of fish, including rare endemics. The COVID lockdown showed how important open space is to our residents, and with continued population growth, it will only become more important. Yes, open space requires maintenance, but everything does. It also brings both tangible and intangible values. To get back to money, I point you to the Open Space Master Plan, again, which talks about the economic benefits of open space. Thank you for your time and for voting to put the permanent open space sales tax extension on the ballot this November.
Thank you, Jamie. Dan Wolford.
Mayor Peck, council members, my name is Dan Wolford. I live at 1815 3rd Avenue. I'm here, obviously, maybe not so obviously, to speak of the open space sales tax extension. I wanted to kind of look at more on the financial side of the program rather than some of the other great benefits of the open space program. And we have heard a number of council members say, can we really afford to do the extension, the open space extension? And I believe the real question is, can we or should we not extend, or with the intention of making the open space, because there are financial impacts if we don't extend the open space sales tax. I'm certain you're all aware that there's likely going to be legislation or public referendum related to property taxes coming up in November. The likelihood of that succeeding is probably very great. As a result of that, we likely will see a reduction in the general fund dollars because of the reduction in property taxes. Currently, the open space sales tax program supports the open space budget for 2024 at approximately $10 million. $2 million for the operations aspect, personnel and O&M, $2.4 million for debt services, capital projects for the next 2 years, approximately 6.4. So that's where I get that $10 million. If you look at the breakout for the capital improvement program, you've got $5.5 million just for trail development throughout the city, looking at the St. Vrain Greenway, and $500,000 for the secondary trail connections. Then you've got $375,000 for water efficiency, and some of the goals for the city are that of sustainable agriculture and water conservation. That money is to go to the open space agricultural properties for pivot irrigation, looking at water. You also have $125,000 for prairie dog bear. The goal of the natural resources team is to manage the city's wildlife. That $125, very little, if any of that, goes to actual open space properties. And then you've got a variety of other projects, $6,000 for public education in signage. Again, part of the management aspect of it to develop stewardship, land stewardship with the citizens. And then lastly, $500,000 for stream restoration. That's, again, a total of capital projects of $6.4 million. I'll ask you, if the open space sales tax is not funded or extended, what city fund will pick up that $10 million? That's a pretty significant amount of money for the general fund likely to pick up. So with that, I'd like you to all consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Sherry Malloy.
Sherry Malloy, 1632 Sherman Road, resident of 40 years. Tonight's open space presentation is informational only, so no action needs to be taken because you've already voted to have this issue placed on November's ballot. It's straightforward and simple, as the language from the original open space ballot measure will be copied verbatim, removing the sunset clause. Our small group, Stand With Our St. Frank Creek and Open Space, have been engaging with residents about this proposal for over a year. People like this sensible, no tax increase approach, and it was simple to get their signatures. Just as the voters permanently approved the 3/4 cent transportation tax, they will support this smaller open space tax extension. Lafayette voters extended their OS tax indefinitely with 82% approval. Across the state, 10 open space tax issues have come before diverse communities from Aspen to Grand County, Colorado Springs to Erie in the last 2 years. All have passed successfully with an average of 75.78 approval. This means 3 of every 4 voters across the state have voted for open space. The tax math is simple, and the data demonstrating support is simple. Please raise your hand behind me if you support this extension. Endorsing this proposal unanimously was also simple for the members of the 4 Longmont advisory boards, including Parks and Recreation, Water, Sustainability, and Transportation, unanimously. This is the year for such a ballot measure. It's simple because there are not a bunch of local tax questions before voters. Only the school district is asking for a bond vote without a tax increase. An established ongoing revenue stream will help the city. It's prudent and simple fiscal solution. Longmont residents love our open spaces and the many benefits they provide. These include walking and biking on trails, fishing, bird and other wildlife viewing, picnicking, photography, scenic views, and community buffers. Other benefits include critical wildlife habitat and movement corridors, forest and riparian health protection, restoration of native plants and pollinators, safeguarding our watershed, stabilizing banks and decreasing flooding, helping our air quality, and supporting agriculture and local food production. 2 cents on every $10 is a simple investment for this rich amenity. Open space has straightforward, simple economic values that attract business and people. As Longmont development continues to flourish and densify, the myriad benefits of the open space program only become more valuable. You've already made the straightforward and simple determination to allow voters to decide for ourselves whether we want to support this small tax, make this small tax permanent. Please don't allow open space naysayers with veiled pro-development agendas to make something so simple unnecessarily complicated tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Maureen McCoy.
Hi, I live at 2801 Humboldt Place, Longmont. I'm here as a representative for the Callahan House. I serve on the Callahan House board as part of the advisory board, and I'm here to share with the council and Madam Mayor about our event that is Club Affair that is going to be August 17th. And I invite yourselves as well as the public to come to this event. It's about finding a club, an organization in our community to be part of. And so I'm going to have these flyers here to share with each of you. And also to tell you a little bit of what we're doing at the Callahan House. In regards to the Club Affair, we just recently had filming done. that we are really trying and hoping that we'll be on the Colorado Experience to share about our history, our rich history of the Callahan House. That's the goal anyway. As advisory members, we have spent many hours writing the script and historical data to make sure that it's accurate and on that. In addition, I would like to thank the mayor about promoting people to be on our advisory board. We currently have 2 open positions, and I think it's really important that not only we as the advisory council members themselves trying to get people in the community involved, and you as city council members, but I also think it's important that city staff be directed to support us to get an initiative to promote for the boards themselves. I know that our director, Brittany Hastings, was able to speak with the Times Call, and yet nothing was mentioned about getting advisory board members. We can only do so much for our community, but this is a great opportunity for people to step forward. Again, please join us on August 17th to become involved in your community and find a club in which you fit. And thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Maureen, would you mind giving those flyers to the city clerk, Dawn?
Not at all. Thank you.
Robert Morris.
Hi, my name is Robert Morris III. I live at 170 South Pratt Parkway here in Longmont. There was a common refrain heard in black households growing up in the South. You'll need to work twice as hard for half as much. It was a lesson etched into the calluses and scars of our elders, a difficult lesson from life's worst teacher. In a study published in 2020 by the National Center of Educational Statistics, it is stated by percentage black women are more likely to be enrolled in college, obtain a bachelor's and postgraduate degree. This makes black women the most educated population in the United States. On the other hand, when it comes to wages, according to the U.S. Department of Labor in 2022, black women earned about 82% of the median income of all women. I bring this up as a single example of the dichotomy black women live in within the United States. But this dichotomy was brought into stark contrast once again this week. Kamala Harris received a large influx of donations after receiving Joe Biden's endorsement for president in the upcoming election. And if she does obtain the Democratic nomination, it will represent the greatest political position ever obtained by a black woman in the United States. Before this news had made an entire cycle, Illinois police released the gruesome body cam footage of Sonia Massey's murder at the hand of law enforcement. This is the unfortunate reality of being a black woman in the United States. Extreme measures of success in some areas are still not enough to overcome the obstacles of being born black and woman in this country. We have made great strides towards equity, but we still have a long way to go. As my time expires, my plea with you is this: let us uplift and protect black women in the same way as we uplift others. Secondly, just as a second part, I would like to warn council to be careful when wording any future rules regarding virtual attendance with the council. You do not want to limit the ability of disabled peoples to participate and serve their community. And while that may not be the purpose of rewording the rules, it is something you want to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Good advice, Robert. Seth Miller.
Council, I'm Seth Miller, 1025 Neon Forest Circle. I live in Ward 2, and guys, I have to say this was a bit of a hack job. I'm a little bit upset about the conversation, mostly because you seemed unprepared. Councilmember McCoy and Councilmember Christ, both of you have said that somehow the 2021 election, where I voted for my council member, Marcia Martin, somehow didn't count because she didn't have someone running against her. that was inappropriate, guys. That was absolutely inappropriate. That was a Democratic election. Just because she was liked enough that nobody ran against her does not mean that you should be using this as a chit against her. There are very good rules, as Mayor Peck said, about whether or not a council member is a member of Longmont based on where they pay taxes. This is pretty crisp, right? As Mayor Peck said, if Marcia Martin pays taxes in New York, she's a New York resident. If she intends to return to Colorado, she's still legally a Colorado resident, and you guys are trying to make up new rules on the fly. You're not doing your best job. Take a moment and think about what you're designing, think about what you're doing, and think about what you're saying. I really do like having Marcia Martin as my council member. I think that she is responsive, and I think that she cares. And I totally get where you're coming from when you're trying to ask what is going on in a situation where somebody has to leave town to take care of a loved one. Like, I understand this. This is not illogical. But please, let's consider for a moment her constituents. We want to have representation. We want to have the person we voted for to remain our representative on council. We voted for her. She wasn't appointed. It was an election. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Seth. This is, I'm sorry, I'm going to misread this first name, so I'm just going to call Morgan as the last name. Oh, Howard Morgan. Is Howard Morgan here? Shaquille Delalden.
Shaquille Dalal, 219 Francis Street in Ward 2. I'd like to start by stating my support for items 12C and 12D. 12C for the opportunity to create more housing in the community. I'm in favor of building more housing in the community, and I'm also in favor of the open space tax, for the record. With respect to item 12D, I speak on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Longmont Community Foundation in its support for the child care facility operated by Wild Plum that would be located at this affordable housing development. I first met Marcia Martin in 2018. I was a writer for the Longmont Observer, and there had recently been a scandal on City Council. After reviewing the results of an open records request of all City Council members, I had some questions for Councilmember Martin. She didn't know me or who I was, but she received my request to answer some questions and agreed to meet with me promptly. I grilled her for 2 hours on every angle that I could possibly think of, and I left that conversation with 2 reactions. First, I was surprised that an elected official would be so quick to subject themselves to such a critical examination of their conduct. That made me really happy. And second, I was impressed with her intellect, integrity, and her sincere belief in the importance of public service. I've had the good fortune to be Marcia's friend for 6 years. In that time, we have discussed and debated on any number of local politics issues: the importance of the city's 2030 clean energy pledge, the cleanliness of our city's water, public transportation, incentives to lure businesses to the city, the conduct of police officers, and so much more. Far from agreeing on everything, we debate quite a bit, which I suspect that the people around us find pretty annoying. But I cannot resist the opportunity to learn from her. Marcia possesses a quality which is rare. Marcia knows how to disagree and debate in good faith, and she is not afraid to change her mind when presented with logic and data. Her highest ideal is the welfare of the city of the Longmont and its people, full stop. The fact that Marcia represents me on this city council strengthens my faith in democracy, and it is an inspiration to me. I wish that Marcia was able to be here in person, because I miss getting to spend time with my friend. And if January comes and Councilmember Martin is unable to return to Longmont, the residents of Ward 2 do deserve an opportunity to find someone to represent them who can be here. But in the meantime, I am proud to be represented on council by Marcia Martin. To echo Councilmember Rodriguez, I would much rather have her represent me than no one. And I would point out that running unopposed means that the people of Ward 2 were so pleased with her representation that no one could be bothered to run against her. To say that she was not democratically elected is to ignore the will of the 7,150 people who voted for her in 2021, myself included. I am pretty annoyed that council made this decision without hearing input from the public. Every city in the country would be lucky to have someone like Marcia, and we should keep her for as long as we possibly can.
Thank you, Shaquille. Pauline Christensen.
Council, Mayor, thank you. The Longmont City Charter, Section 3.2, is quite clear. It describes the qualifications to be on City Council. If you must live within the city Longmont. If you do not live within the city of Longmont or have removed yourself from the city of Longmont, it clearly states that when a councillor removes themselves from the district, they are no longer qualified to serve as a councillor representing that district, and the city council must declare a vacancy. You must uphold the charter. You must declare a vacancy. We need actual representation. It has been stated that because no one ran against Councillor Martin, that everyone was happy. I have not been represented at all for 6 years, the 7 years that Councillor Martin has been a member of that, has been my alleged representative. Many people are extremely unhappy. The reason no one ran against her is that she had enormous amounts of support and money coming from developers, the real estate industry, the Special Districts Association, all of whom she represented over the city, over the constituents that she was supposed to be representative. Councillor Martin has stated that she's taken a 13-month lease on a New York apartment while she still owns a house in Longmont. It is not her primary residence. The precedence of Tracy Burnett, who was our state representative, is illuminating. Representative Burnett was taken to court, fined, and thrown out of being state representative because she had 2 homes, and it was declared that the one that she had that was supposed to be her primary residence was not her primary residence. Please, council, do the right thing. Declare a vacancy for Ward 2 so we can find real representation for this fall's election. We do not want to spend $90,000 to $300,000 for a special election to satisfy the vanity of an absentee councillor who has never represented anyone but special interests anyway. Please do the right thing. This is your job.
Thank you, Polly. Lance Whitaker. No, we're not even halfway through.
I didn't even need my folder today. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Been a resident for 44 years. Today's a pretty boring day. Today is National Lemon Day. Wow. National Grandma Day. So if you get a grandma alive still, make sure you call her up today. And it is also National Vanilla Ice Cream Day. Another boring one. So everybody have a good national holiday. As for other things that have been on your agenda, a lot of what I hear is stop building the big houses. Start looking at our open space at what it really is. You know, it's always been part of Longmont's history to be an agricultural community, and it's such a shame to see these big buildings going up and destroying our Front Range. I mean, I drive down First Avenue for 20 some odd years, and I used to love looking at the Rocky Mountains. Now all I see is a brick wall. That's such a shame, such a shame. So stop building space, these big apartment buildings. Start looking into the infrastructure. Start looking into the citizens and what they truly want. What they truly want is a stop to these housings. I know you guys have a lot of agendas, involving these houses, but nobody in Longmont wants them. Nobody. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Lance. Dan Sorrells?
Good evening, councilors and Mayor Peck. My name is Dan Sorrells, and I live at 328 Grant Street. Earlier today, I wrote to each of you in support of accommodating Marcia Martin as an active and voting member of the City Council while she is taking care of her daughter. I'd like to reiterate what I wrote and expand on it a little bit. I've come to know Marcia through Launch Longmont Housing as a sincere champion of Longmont, who is capable, committed, and prepared for every council meeting I've attended. While she's away, I know from personal experience she has kept in close touch with what is happening, and I would not be surprised if you have all had frequent communication with her. As noted by Councilor Rodriguez, having a city council at full strength is always important, particularly as we as a community address important problems such as the lack of inclusionary housing. As a council, you all represent the breadth of this community, and maintaining a full council ensures that all voices are heard and all perspectives are considered. I also take issue with the proposition that Ward 2 has not had an election in 7 years. Anyone could have run against Marcia in the last election, but no one did. It was still an election, and it was still democratic. I've come to know Marcia as a deeply caring person who deserves the support of the entire City Council. I'm sure that were the shoe on the other foot and it was you who needed the support, Marcia would be there with you 100%. I trust that you're all guided by what is best for all of Longmont, which includes a strong and complete City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Drew Sorrells? She left. David Dalton? David Dalton, I guess he left. Gordon Pedro.
Mayor and City Council members, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. I'm speaking on item 12A, Longmont Open Space Sales and Use Tax Discussion. This resident-initiated proposal is to extend in perpetuity the existing sales and use tax for open space. This proposal does not involve new taxes. I encourage you to place it on the measure on the ballot in November for several reasons. Number one, 6 of the 7 members of this council placed 3 measures on the ballot in 2023, which involve sales and use tax increases. Most of you indicated you supported these measures based on the fact that numerous residents and advisory bodies encouraged you to act. Most of you indicated you believe in allowing voters to decide these issues. Number 2, hundreds of residents have signed petitions requesting this open space tax extension be placed on the November 5th ballot to let the voters decide the matter. Several of your boards and commissions have voted to support placing this item on the November ballot. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Water Board, Sustainability Advisory Board, and the Transportation Advisory Board. All of these bodies you appoint to advise you see value in a perpetual fund to keep open space a viable asset for the community. Number 3, the City Council has emphasized its plans to increase density for the city. More density requires more amenities, such as connecting open trails for neighborhoods, wildlife habitat, community buffers, and agricultural preservation. Number 4, if a future City Council decides less perpetual revenue is necessary to properly develop and maintain open space assets, The city council at that time can refer a new measure to the voters. Number 5, the city council remains the ultimate decision maker on all open space purchases, development, and maintenance. For these reasons, I request you place this matter on the November election.
Thank you, Gordon. Victor Pizzo? Is Victor here? I guess he left. Keith Griffith. Keith is no longer here. Rick Fowler? Rick is no longer here. Andrew Gold?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrew Gold, 1616 Naples Lane, Longmont, Colorado. I'd like to address a few broad statements with respect to the Longmont Vance Brand Airport. The first is safety. Landing proximity to any proposed structure that creates an unsafe situation for...
Andrew, I think this is...
I'm not going to address Modern West. I understand that that's going to be at a later date. I'm going to address the airport and the operations broadly.
Okay.
Thank you. Any structure that creates an unsafe situation for both persons in the aircraft and occupants of the building should be strongly considered by any council member or board within the city. Continuing on safety broadly, we don't have to look far right now to see all the smoke that is coming from all the fires that are coming from the mountain communities. The Colorado National Guard trains long line bucket operations for fire suppression out of the Longmont Airport, along with some other National Guard from surrounding states. This keeps so many communities safe. If the sustainability of the airport becomes threatened, they'll have to go elsewhere for training. So I wanted to bring that up as a point to continued advocacy to maintain the long-term sustainability and viability of Longmont Airport. Training broadly, the Longmont Airport serves as a training ground for all the aviators that eventually take us to travel to see family, vacation, make a critical business meeting. When you board a jet at Denver International, it's likely that the pilots trained at Vance Brand Airport or airports like it. Closing or failing to sustain a vibrant Vance Brand Airport threatens future training opportunities that we all enjoy as we travel. Additionally, Longmont Airport supports STEM education through organizations like Experimental Aircraft Association, Innovation Center run by the school district. All that stuff leads to future engineers, aviators, mechanics, and entrepreneurs, and all that takes place over there. Numerous businesses are centered around the Longmont Airport. Closing or supporting initiatives that eventually threaten that could lead to closing the airport is short-sighted and only stands to have those business opportunities go to other communities. As city leadership, you're responsible for ensuring the long-term viability of the airport. I urge you to make the right decisions and rethink any decision to approve projects that would threaten the long-term viability and sustainability of such a vibrant airport and what it provides to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Sorry. Morgan Trexler.
Morgan Trexler, 521 Terry Street. I wanted to speak in support of Marcia Martin. I think that she has been doing an excellent job on the council, and I am looking forward to what she can continue to do for this council as we go into the budget meetings and through the rest of the year. I think that she's been very forthcoming with the council about her situation. I feel like she is doing her best with her intentions to communicate to the council about her timeline and all of that. And so, yeah, I just want to say that when I first met Marcia Martin, I started talking with her about some different issues. I was like, wow, I really, really like her, and I feel well represented by her. And so I've appreciated the council's decision to let her continue to attend meetings remotely. My only concern with that is that there was no chance for me as the public to come and voice my support for Marsha Martin. It felt like an attack on the democratic process, that there was not any kind of public invited to be heard for that. But I am happy with your decision. I just wish that I got a chance to say something before you voted on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Gary Hodges.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Council members. Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. So allowing remote attendance is a good idea, but the current policy is too open-ended and susceptible to personal biases. Permitting remote attendance, it benefits the city by opening up the candidate pool. So if someone has to travel a lot for work and they want to be on council, the possibility of them being able to remote attend might encourage them to run for city council. So I'm generally definitely in favor of allowing remote attendance. So at the pre-session last week, Councilmember Rodriguez said that remote work for Marsha is not a problem and that remote participation is sufficient. There's no need to come back according to any schedule for council with coffee or boards. In other words, after his statements, there was some small discussion, and Councilmember McCoy offered the example of, well, what if somebody had a job and took them away for 6 months and then came back and said, well, skipping 6 months of council meetings for work is not an adequate excuse. So that's where I get into my first point about it. It's too open, it's too susceptible to our biases. And if that's not acceptable, why? And whatever reason why that is not acceptable, it would not be acceptable for being away for any reason. That section 2.8.3 that was generally referenced earlier of the charter. So the office of any councilman shall become vacant, and when one of the reasons is when removes from the ward which he was elected. So I suggest the following policy, something along the lines of if someone is sitting on council each year, they're given some number of days where they can remote work without issuing any example. They can just say, I'm turning in one of my four choices or whatever number that is. And then maybe an equivalent number of days where they can also be at remote work, but then it would have to go through some approval like what you guys have done. And then if those combination are exceeded, then at that point it triggers a remove from clause. And so that then there's none of the questions that have been put forth. And anyway, again, so I ran for city council and I do travel a lot for work, and so this is an issue for me that I thought about a lot in both the times I ran, and I think having a clear remote policy will really open up the pool for applicants in the city, and so that it's not just limited to people who, you know, like I could certainly do this from time to time from a hotel room, for example, and I think a lot of people could. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Scott Ennis. Is Scott here? Dan Peters. Dan is no longer here. Sharon O'Leary. Do you see Sharon? There she is.
Sharon O'Leary, 534 Emery Street, and a Ward 2 resident. Chicago is my birthplace, but the Chicago Colony, Longmont, is my home. The Chicago leaders had the foresight to dedicate all the land that follows the lakefront and preserve it for the public. It's public land. That would have been cash value, incredible, and privatized, and it wasn't. And it was because the leaders at that time had the foresight to plan ahead. Open space is a gift that continues to pay it forward to future generations. And it's a gift that all citizens can access and enjoy, and land is a limited commodity. so we need to plan accordingly. During the COVID lockdown, city dwellers and citizens across the world have found that parks, gardens, and open space where they exist gave them an unexpected source of common joy. There is strong evidence of positive effects from nature that are included in studies specific to psychological conditions such as depression, anxiety, and mood disorder. Access to nature has also been found to improve sleep and reduce stress, increase happiness, and reduce negative emotions, promote positive social interactions, and help generate a sense to the meaning of life. So I ask you, please, ensure that future generations benefit from the decisions you make today. I greatly appreciate your time and dedication. It's late in the evening, and we're still public invited to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Strider Benston. You're next.
Greetings, Mayor, Council. Strider Benston, 951 West 17th. We have seen an example of very difficult issues coming up, and democracy can be messy, and we've seen that, and sometimes there's it might be unfair, sometimes it might be corrupt, but there's a possibility always of addressing it and dealing with the flaws. Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst system except for all the others. And we're facing that right now. The new nominee for president, Kamala Harris, within one day, the extreme racism assaults on her on various TV channels have already happened. Some of the worst I have heard since George Wallace or Theodore Bilbo back in 1944 said the way to prevent a black person, he didn't use that word, was to not vote is to visit him the night before. That is the way that a major section of our country is functioning right now. And they put in a Supreme Court. John Roberts spent his whole career to get rid of the right to vote. And Clarence Thomas, he said women should not be allowed to vote. He actually declared that. His wife participated in the insurrection against our government last year. If they put in a king, who's going to be the king? Is it Leonard Leo, who picks out who gets to be on the Supreme Court? We're facing that, and they just passed the Supreme Court said the impunity that the person who used to be president can break all laws. We had a revolution against that in 1776. I got relatives who were major in part of that. We passed the Constitution in 1789. The previous president said he's going to abolish the Constitution, and he's already got impunity to break all laws. I was on the Voting Rights Act in 1965. Thank you.
Thank you, Strider. Steve Altshuler.
Good evening. Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Mountain Drive. I have to interject and say, Strider, I'd be glad to talk to you afterwards because I disagree with a lot of what you were saying. And Trump has been attacked for 8 years and no one stood up for him. Anyhow, I want you all to clear your minds for a moment. I'm glad the city manager is here. I'd like to talk about Grandview Meadows. And if you're on Nelson Road and you're turning south along what used to be Silver Creek, but now it's a whole bunch of condominiums. I kind of know where I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on the west side of the street, there was about, I haven't measured it, but roughly a 3-foot bike lane. And it says bike lane right there. And then to the left, there's another foot and a half of 2 more lanes. And when those condos were built, there's still signs up there. It says no parking on both sides of the street. Well, a couple of years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago, I lose track of time, they covered up those no parking signs, and they're letting everybody park right there on the bike lane. And it takes up the bike lane and that other 1.5 feet. And if you're driving in your lane, those cars have their left tire like right on that left second lane. So if you're actually in your lane, you're maybe 6 inches from a parked car. And if a kid or a dog, went into the street, there's no time to react because that whole area is just car after car after car after car. If somebody opened their car door, boom, you got a major accident. It was designed for a bike lane. Now, I think originally they were doing a little extra construction, but it's been 2.5, 3 years now that's been parked cars right there. It is really, really dangerous. I was hoping to take a video, but I'm kind of technologically not very capable. But if the city manager or somebody could drive over there and take a look, I don't know. All these units have 2-car garages. So to tie it all together, I also want to say that a couple months ago, the city council voted to restrict parking for all new projects. And this is what you're going to get. You're going to get people parking in the streets that are making the streets more crowded and more unsafe for anybody or, like I said, a dog or a kid or anything. So I would ask if someone could go take a look and try to find a solution. It's been years now that it's been this way. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a look at it, Steve. Jacob Armet. Oops, you turned it off.
Okay, red light's on. Okay.
Jacob, do you mind pulling that up because you're a tall guy? There you go.
Hey, I'm Jacob Arment. I'm at 110 South Main by the railroad tracks. It's late, so I want to keep this quick. I just wanted to speak quickly in support of Councilor Martin and just say that I hope whatever we decide, it seems like the decision's been made. Whatever happens in the future with Martin and any future situations that happen with council, we do it with compassion. While I realize that this is an elected position and there's a duty to represent, I think it's also important that our council, our council treats its own members and reflects those values out to the public, that we are compassionate. So I won't take up much of your time. I just hope that we do however it ends up, we do it with compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good advice. Chris Conklin. Is Chris here? I don't see him. Ron Grenzel? Ron isn't here. James Kinworthy. Charles Schilling. Katie Filkins.
Hi, Katie Filkins, 9615 North 89th Street. I'm a business owner for about 18 years. This is the longest place I've ever lived. This is my home. I'm here for 2 reasons, Marcia Martin's position and also annexation on Quail. They coincide.
Okay.
So, number one, Marcia Martin, I truly hope the best for your family. I've been a caregiver for 4 years to my mom, who recently passed away in my home on the 4th. So, family first. But that being said, I also came to find out that my home was kind of under attack, roads being like wanting to like cross through. And I created a petition and got 1,200 votes within about 8 days saying, no, like, let's preserve our city, stop. We reached out to her, and she's on record on apps such as like Nextdoor, completely ignoring her constituents and at best ignoring, but more than likely being rude and not listening and saying her way was the highway. So I have a very different experience. And she was also mentioned on a couple occasions, including herself, that no one ran against her in 2021. This was coming out of COVID. This was, people were worried about living. So I'm so glad you got that vote for yourself, but we're at a new point. People have voices. We're no longer in a pandemic. We have an ability to say no thank you. We don't want everything being built around. Coming to the annexation of Quail. Stop the annexation of open agriculturally zoned land for rental income properties that benefit out-of-state developers. We're just wanting to say that again. Stop annexation of open agriculturally zoned land for rental income properties for out-of-state developers. Until we know that that's actually benefiting our city. It's changing our skyline, it's changing our whole ability to ride bikes. So that's the last thing I have to say. I know it's super late, but I hope your family as well, Marcia.
Thank you, Katie. Marianne Nihas? Dan Meester? And Stan Toll. Stan Toll. Okay. Seeing no one else signed up, that ends first call, public invited to be heard. That was a long list. Thank you very much for hanging in there. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We have definitely exceeded our 5 minutes, so we need to get back into session. The next thing on the agenda is our consent agenda, an introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Dawn, would you mind reading the consent agenda into the record?
Not at all, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for ordinances introduced on this agenda will be held on August 13th, 2024. Item 9A is ordinance 2024-52, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2024. Item 9B is Resolution 2024-47, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Regional Transportation District for partnership funding to the city's microtransit startup program. And item 9C is Resolution 2024-48, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Colorado Department of Human Services Office of Behavioral Health for Contract Amendment Number 6 for original contract number 21 IHJA 160883 for Longmont Public Safety's LEAD program.
Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. Do any council members want to pull items off of the consent agenda? Seeing no one, can I have a motion to move the consent agenda?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Christ. Let's vote. And that carries 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent. We are now up to second ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter.
And Mayor, if you'd like me to read this part, I'm happy to do this as well. It's a little bit
Thank you.
long. So ordinances 2024-40 and ordinance 2024-41 are being on second reading and public hearing again tonight due to a publication error. They were not published correctly in the local newspaper 7 days prior to the public hearing. That was held previously on June 11th. So as required by Municipal Code 4.5E, we are holding the public hearing on these ordinances, though you had already acted upon them. So you will need to open a public hearing again and then vote on these again. So these have been now published for second reading and public hearing, and here we go again.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the bill is 2024-40. It's a bill for an ordinance establishing a charge of $1.25 per month for emergency telephone service 911 for wired, wireless, and VoIP, voice over internet protocol, subscribers in Longmont for the calendar year 2025. Do I have any questions from council on this issue, on this bill? Seeing no one, I'll open up the public hearing for 2024-40. Is there anyone in the room that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on 2024-40 and ask for a motion.
I move 2024-40.
It's been moved by Councilor Christ, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote. And that passes 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent. The next one is 2024-41. It's a bill for an ordinance amending section 14.04.330 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding temporary water permits for construction water. I'll open this up to council. Is there any discussion from council on this bill? Seeing no one, I'll open up the public hearing for 2024-41. Is there anyone here that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing for 2024-41 and ask for a motion.
I move ordinance 2024-41. Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passes 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent. The next bill is 2024-49. It's a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 16.08 of the Longmont Municipal Code to adopt by reference the 2023 National Electric Code and amending Chapter 2.97, Section 2.97.010, Is there anyone on council that would like to address 2024-49? Seeing no one in the queue, I'll open up the public hearing on 2024-49. Is there anyone in the room that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I will close 2024-49, the public hearing on 2024-49, and ask for a motion.
I'll move ordinance 2024-49.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Hidalgo Faring, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote. And that passes 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent. The next one is a bill 2024-50. It's a bill for an administrative ordinance approving the grant of an easement and temporary construction easement for the Dry Creek Trail extension. Is there anyone on council that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I'll open up the public hearing for 2024-50. Is there anyone in the room that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on 2024-50 and ask for a motion.
I move ordinance 2024-50.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, it's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that carries 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent. Is there any others? One more. So, okay. So at the beginning of the meeting, our city clerk, Dawn, told us that she had a correction in this one. It's Bill 2024-51. It's a bill for an ordinance approving the grant of a cable franchise to Comcast Colorado 9 LLC, approving a cable franchise agreement between Comcast Cable 9 LLC and the city of Longmont, Colorado, and for an ordinance amending Chapter 6.26 of the Longmont Municipal Code on cable television franchises. Is there any discussion from council on this bill? Seeing no one, I'll open up the public hearing on 2024-51. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address this? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on 2024-51 and ask for a motion.
I'll move ordinance 2024-51.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilor Hidalgo Faring, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote. Where'd it go? So that that passes 6-1 with Councilor Yarbrough absent. 6-0, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And that closes readings on second ordinance. There were no items removed from the consent agenda, so we're going to go on to general business, which is the Longmont open space sales and use tax discussion. I would like to invite Danielle Cassidy to the podium.
Good evening, council members. Thank you. I am here with my colleague Jim Crick, who is the ecosystem manager. So we work side by side in the Parks and Natural Resource Division on open space matters. So we heard council last time, and so that is why we are here tonight with an informational presentation to address some questions around the open space sales and use tax. I'd like to start out, as I have been in my recent presentations, with the land acknowledgement, because we are talking about open space and Longmont's open space program, and this is the way that we should always start it. So we acknowledge that Longmont sits on the traditional territory of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Ute, and other indigenous peoples. We honor the history and the living and spiritual connection that the First Peoples have with this land. It is our commitment to face the injustices that happened when the land was taken, and to educate our communities, ourselves, and our children to ensure that these injustices do not happen again. So I'd like to just go over some of the questions that we hope to inform about during this presentation. But before I get into those questions, which are written right here, I'd like to reiterate a lot of what we've heard from many of the residents that spoke at Public Invited to be Heard tonight, and that is that residents have consistently identified Longmont's open spaces and greenways as essential and as integral to providing quality of life in our community. They provide these various things: climate resilience, preservation, ecosystem services, biodiversity, community buffers, outdoor recreation, local agriculture, wildlife habitat and wildlife travel corridors, mental health, economic viability, and much, much more, as you heard from many of our residents tonight. So getting to these questions, Jim and myself are going to address these 4 questions. So I will start with, and it's going to be a bit circular. So we're going to touch on all of these by the end. So starting out with a question that was asked: how does Longmont balance the community priorities of acquiring and stewarding open space with other needs that our community also have and that have been identified? So getting to that, I'm going to start with a summary of how did we get here, and why am I standing up here tonight? And if you look back and think about how in 2018, Council adopted our open space master plan, and then in 2019 adopted our wildlife management plan, the community was a big part of those efforts. Many of the people sitting here tonight were a big part of both of those plans and those efforts. And during that process, after that process, the community was there asking us some of these same questions about open space acquisitions, stewarding open space, operations and maintenance, paying for that. So, and then in 2023, Council passing its priorities and just pointing out that the open space program, supporting this tax, this aligns with 5 of 7 of those priorities. And so I don't want to go through this entire thing because you can read it, but we are 2/3 of the way through this timeline, and we're here tonight because of the motion that Councilor Hidalgo Faring made on June 25th for staff to come back. And so we will be here tonight with this informational presentation, and we will be here again on August 13th with the ordinance and language. So now getting back to question 1, which was: how does Longmont balance the community priorities of acquiring and stewarding open space when there are other needs that the community has? Things that were mentioned were primary employment, development, and housing. So I bring you back to this map, which you've seen before, which I've shown you before. The yellow outline is the Longmont planning area. And you can see here, all the green on the outside of the planning area is open space. It includes Boulder County's open space, Longmont's open space. That includes fee simple ownership, conservation easements. Longmont's is the dark green. It's largely there to the east. But what this really shows you is those other goals, those other things that were mentioned, occur within this Longmont planning area, inside this yellow boundary. That's why the green is on the outside. So I think it's sometimes misunderstood that open space and other goals and priorities are in opposition to each other, but rather they complement each other. And that's due to decades of our city planning. It's captured in our comprehensive plan in Vision Longmont from 2016. And a lot of these same ideas are in our open space management plan, which was updated in 2018. So now this is a graphic that I want to take a little time to explain. You're going to see this 3 times during this presentation. This is the typical vision of an open space program. Longmont has a relatively young open space program along the Front Range, so we know some of this from what we've seen, the evolution that we've seen occur at other open space programs. When an open space program starts, you're largely doing acquisitions, but even in that first third of time, those acquisitions fluctuate. Then you get into a maintenance phase, and then you really get into ecological restoration and long-term stewardship phase. But in all those phases, there are fluctuations. And the red arrow is pointing to year 24. And although this is a vision and just a graphic and an example, we are in year 24 of our open space program. And so it just kind of gives you a sense, like we've been saying, that we were acquisition heavy in the beginning, a little less so now. And then getting into question 2, how do we evaluate our open space acquisitions? So we heard this from a lot of the residents who spoke earlier. Specifically, Jamie Simo mentioned some of this. But it is outlined in our open space master plan. And it is 3 tiers or 3 filters, a process that we go through when we look at acquiring an open space. And a lot of that is, it's broad in the beginning, and then it gets a little more into a cost-benefit analysis, the cost-benefit analysis of, is this going to be beneficial to our community? And for what reasons? And then the finest filter is really getting into challenges. So, for instance, Olander Open Space is the most recent purchase that occurred in January 2024. We closed on that. And in the final phases, we had some details to resolve. And so we did that. And we had those conversations with City Council in terms of, the agriculture, the oil and gas piece of it, and we closed on that property with public support. So getting to our current open space portfolio, I'd like to point out that we in Longmont actually have quite a modest portfolio of holdings. We have roughly 3,200 acres of fee simple ownership in the city of Longmont, and our community size, that's pretty modest. If you look at similar communities around the Front Range that are similar in size, you can see that they own and hold many more acres of open space than the city of Longmont. And then also, like I said, we do have a young program. If you look at other municipalities along the Front Range, you see that our open space program, being 24 years old, beginning in the year 2000, City of Boulder passed the first open space tax in the nation in 1967. And we came into the game in the year 2000. Now I'm going to pass the mic to Jim Crick.
Thank you, Danielle. Like Danielle said, my name's Jim Crick. I'm the Ecosystem Manager in Parks and Natural Resources. My work group is responsible for the on-the-ground stewardship of our natural resources on much of our open space, among other things. So we're going to transition into the third question that was heard from council about how much does it cost to maintain our open space, and can we afford to maintain future acquisitions if any are made. And so to answer that question, we're going to talk about maintenance, and that's kind of where we're at in the phasing of our program in this kind of middle thirds of what we're seeing here. So maintenance is something that's always been ongoing. Even from the very beginning, there's a little bit of maintenance, and that maintenance cost rises as there's more properties that are added to the portfolio, but it also rises as we see inflationary costs for contractors and supplies and that kind of thing. And so talking about maintenance, I'm going to be talking about the maintenance of our natural lands. We do have, as in one of those previous slides you saw, we have about 1,600 acres in agricultural properties. The day-to-day operations and maintenance of those properties are the responsibility of our ag tenants. So our day-to-day costs for maintaining those are actually very, very low. And so we didn't include those in this consideration of what it costs to maintain open space. When I say maintenance, I'm referring to weed control, wildlife management, baseline documentation of our natural resources on our properties so we can eventually do some monitoring and track how the health of our properties. And for those natural lands, we've got roughly 1,800 acres total of those lands, and where that's open space, nature areas like Lake McIntosh, Jim Ham Nature Area, and riparian corridors like St. Fran Creek and Left Hand Creek. And so to try to come up with a cost estimate of how much it costs to maintain our open space, it can be pretty difficult to come up with that number. There's a lot of variables that come into play to determine how much it really does cost to maintain a property, whether that's, even just access of our properties for machinery, that kind of thing, to different types of species of weeds that we're trying to manage that require different types of management actions. But in general, figured that the best way to come up with a per acre cost of managing our open space or maintain our open space was to look at our current 2024 O&M budget and basically just divide that cost into the number of acres that we maintain, and we get about $340 per acre to maintain our open space. So relatively, that's actually a pretty small number relatively compared to other things that the city maintains. If you look at like our turf grass parks, those are usually in a few $1,000s to maintain those per acre. We currently have 6.75 full-time staff for our on-the-ground land management. So to put that in perspective, we would look at potentially requesting an additional field technician for maintenance if we, for every 300 or so acres that we add to the portfolio. And then getting to our last question of why are we looking to extend the open space tax now? And part of the answer to that question comes into the next phase of our program that we are approaching, and that is for doing restoration and long-term stewardship. By restoration, I mean helping our properties basically heal and come back to our ecological functions of our properties. And so that takes quite a bit of effort to get those properties back into ecological function. And long-term stewardship, we refer to things like infrastructure. We've got a lot of trails, trailheads, agricultural infrastructure that eventually we're going to have to replace or repair. And also long-term stewardship also plays into like our volunteer and education program that plays a big role in doing stewardship on our properties. So to kind of illustrate what kind of restoration looks like, this is a mock restoration plan overview map of, say, Golden Ponds nature area. And this just illustrates kind of all the actions that we'd be looking to do for restoration of a property down the road when we get to that phase in our program. So that includes things like noxious weed control, seeding and planting native vegetation, potentially doing stream restoration, reintroducing fire through prescribed fires on properties, and also grazing, which are grasslands which make up the most of our properties, have evolved with and are essential for ecological function. And so really getting to that question of why the necessity to look to extend the open space tax now, this is basically a timeline of that mock restoration plan. And to implement a restoration of a property, you can see that takes a lot of years to do. And so being able to have that security in ongoing funding to know that we can actually implement these steps in restoration is really essential to take this next step in our program. Because really, once you start a restoration project, you really are kind of in it until it's complete, and that can take many years to do. And so, like Daniel said, this presentation is kind of circular. So we're kind of going back to kind of where we are and where we're going in terms of how City Council and staff have been responding to our Longmont residents that have wanted to see this open space tax be extended. So going back to when the city updated the open space master plan in 2018, really a lot of the questions started the seed was starting to be planted then of how are we going to maintain these properties going into the future, and are we looking to extend that open space tax? And so from then, we've had a lot of community members contact staff and have meetings with us to really just learn about the open space program's operations and how we do our maintenance, what our plans are for the future, and what our needs are going to be. And then with that education, residents were able to come to City Council this year and request the extension of open space tax with the understanding of the necessity of doing so. And now we're kind of in this fourth step here, where City Council has directed staff to draft the ballot language for the open space tax extension. So that is in the works and will be coming to City Council at the next meeting, August 13th. We've also, with this presentation, have been addressing the questions that have been coming up in previous council meetings and from the public. And so as we continue down this path, once or if council approves the ballot language to put the open space tax extension on the ballot and sends that to the county clerk, then open space and other city staff will be abiding by the Colorado Fair Campaign Practices Act, which really limits us from doing any sort of promotion, but we still have that role in providing factual information such as pros and cons for the open space tax extension. And so getting to that last step is really coming full circle and is relying on the community like Stand With Our St. Vrain to continue that promotion of getting the open space tax extended. And they'll be the ones that, just like they were the ones to really start this conversation, they will be the one to take it across the finish line and continue that promotion. And so with that, I hope we've addressed those questions that have come up from council. And certainly if you've got any more, we've got staff that are here to answer any further questions.
Thank you very much. It was a great presentation, and as far as I'm concerned, you answered the questions. So how about council? Is there any more discussion on this? Seeing no one in the... Councilor Martin. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't extend that. Councilor Martin? Can you unmute yourself, please? I can't hear you, Councilor. Councilor Martin, I can't hear you. Are you muted? Is your microphone on? Dallas.
Can you hear me? Okay. With the stacked graph, please. There are several occurrences of it. Anyone will do. Nope, back. 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 There you go. Okay. So the first question I have, and I think this would be for Jim but whichever of you would like to take it is fine. I assume that prior to 2024, the stacks are real numbers. Is that correct?
No, I apologize if that wasn't clear. This is really just a representation of what a typical open space program, how it evolves with acquisitions, maintenance, and restoration and stewardship.
Okay, so it's an illustration as opposed to any kind of a projection of what our future maintenance and restoration costs are going to be.
Yeah, just an illustration.
Okay. So it's I was the one who requested this presentation, and I understand the argument that there may be unpredictable acquisition opportunities in the future. So you can't be precise about how much money would be spent on land acquisitions. But at the same time, it does stand to reason that as the eligible open space all it is essentially bought up by one of the 3 or 4 agencies surrounding Longmont that buys open space, which would be Longmont, City of Boulder, and Boulder County, I think. There's less and less land available. So let's be clear. I have never been suggesting that we should not both continue to steward and maintain and also restore or rewild the open space that we already have. But what I am uncomfortable with, given that the number of people who have said their tax burdens are too high, is not making any kind of projection about future expenditures at all. And in particular, it seems as if we ought to be able to put some limits around future land acquisitions. I don't know how we do this based on a graph that's just, these are kind of what they look like. So the questions I have are, what makes us think that in a couple of decades we're going to really be spending a lot of money on restoration activities? And what makes us think that the cost of maintenance is going to go up for a while and then go down? Or does it only go down because we're spending some of that money on restoration? So what I'd be interested in seeing is real cost projections about that tax. You know, is the cost of maintaining the land going to go up so that, yeah, we could extend this tax now, but in 10 years we're going to have to increase it? Or do we expect that we could start decreasing this tax and give the public some tax relief, not to the point where we can't maintain, but rather to the point where we make fewer and fewer acquisitions, which does stand to reason. So how would you put together some projections along those lines? You could look at older open space programs and see how their levels of expenditures have changed over time, could you not?
I believe we can talk to other open space programs, but with our knowledge and our relationship with our current open space program neighbors, this graphic pretty much illustrates what we have learned from their programs and how they have evolved, where there will be less and less land that meets the open space tiers that Danielle mentioned that fit into those categories that meet the open space values. And so as less and less land is available to acquire for that, then that frees up money to start doing the long-term stewardship and restoration. Also to address to address your question about maintenance eventually going down. So I think you're kind of had a good understanding of where that's coming from. And so as we do restoration, we would hope that as those properties are restored and are meeting better ecological function, that maintenance tends to go down as those properties become, I don't want to say completely self-sustaining. There's always going to be some work that we're going to have to put into those properties even after restoration is complete, but that maintenance typically will go down as that is completed. So yes, as far as the rest of the properties, I think going back to Danielle's slide about our program really being a modest open-sized open space program, I don't believe that we anticipate acquiring, many thousands of more acres because really there's just not that many other properties that still fit into those criteria for open space.
Okay. Thank you. I'm still a little confused about the nature of this graph because is it based on older programs' experience or is it just kind of a pretty picture that is more or less made up based on hearsay, based on the way that the other programs describe what they've done? Is it data-based or is it just an illustration?
It's mostly just an illustration, but based off of the experience of other open space programs.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't want to ask questions that you're not able to answer now, but I don't feel like we really have much information about what the size of the future tax should be, or any reason to believe that it should be just, the same size it's always been. Could it be bigger? Does it need to be bigger or should it be smaller?
I think at this point, staff doesn't anticipate having to increase the open space tax to get to your other side of things where down the road, say 25, 50, 75, even, 100 years from now, is there going to be a need to reevaluate the open space tax and see, can we actually reduce that? I think that's definitely in the purview of City Council to be able to do that in the future. But at this point, we don't anticipate having to raise the open space tax. And it looks like Danielle has more to say.
Okay.
Councilmember Martin, I would also like to add to all the things that Jim has said that in the beginnings of this community, starting to speak with staff and then starting to speak with City Council, some of the data that our community members were bringing to us were looking at and doing the research of all the different open space tax amounts that are, that other programs around the Front Range, and they vary, but our tax is modest and it is right in line with what other programs are doing. So that some of that discussion did happen with our PRAB board as well. So these conversations have been going on. And I think in part, as a partial answer to your question, the tax amount is modest and where it should be.
Well, that's what I'm looking for, is evidence that it is where it should be. It would have been good to, if you've been comparing, the size of the tax and the amounts of land and the size of the population with our neighboring communities, it would have been good to have a slide like that. That would have been very informative.
Okay.
Do you think we could see that before we make a decision on the ballot language?
I think it's something that we could bring back at the same time that we bring back the ordinance on the 13th.
That sounds great to me. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea.
I think there's going to be some pieces on this that, when you look at it, some of the older programs are going to be further down the road when you talk about restoration versus where we are in some of our properties. What I would say is when you look at the tax and where it sits, if you're going to look at operational expenses versus restoration and long-term stewardship, I almost see those as the blue being more the ongoing operational expense The orange is a one-time expense in my mind as you see it, because you're investing in that particular area that you're working in. And it's,
Yeah, that's one of the things that puzzles me is restored land becomes cheaper to maintain, right? As it becomes a self-sustaining ecosystem. And so that's why I don't understand the orange continuing to go up.
So the orange there, from one of the previous slides showing how long some of the restoration takes. So I would anticipate, based off of what anecdotally I know the condition of some of our properties are in, the amount of restoration that's required, is going to take a lot of time, honestly. And restoration really isn't inexpensive. We're looking at $7,000 to $10,000 an acre for restoration, compared to our ongoing maintenance of about $340 an acre. If we look at a stream restoration project, looking at that, I put a rough cost estimate for that Golden Ponds mock restoration plan for doing stream restoration on that segment of St. Fran Creek. That would cost about $2.5 million alone just to do that. So restoration and long-term stewardship are not inexpensive. I think that also is illustrated in the graphic, that why restoration comes kind of after a lot of the acquisition is completed, because really you have to be able to balance the budget there. And so if upfront the goal is to acquire the properties that we're trying to acquire, which is also not necessarily inexpensive, we just didn't have the money to start doing restoration work. And as those acquisitions start to become less and less, then we can start transferring and shifting that focus to restoration. That will start costing more.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And so in this example, if you look at the gray, we've done minimal, I say minimal, I'm looking at Jim, minimal restoration. When we talk about these significant restoration projects, we're not going to get all the funds in 1 year. So we're going to have to plan those restoration projects out, accrue funds over multiple years, so that we can then undertake those significant restoration projects. And so when you talk about the level of the tax at this point, my gut's telling me that, when we start getting into these bigger orange sections of restoration, we're going to start accruing many years ahead of doing it within the tax, which is also saying it's not an excessive tax where we can just fund it in 1 year. It's going to take us multiple years to accrue the funding. So if you lower the tax, then that's going to reduce the restoration and the long-term stewardship that we have as we're looking into the future. It's just going to take us longer to do it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Martin. And if you're finished, would you lower your hand so that I don't think you're asking another question right away?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Christ.
So I notice, and when you look at this map, that much of the open space is in my ward. In other words, on the east side of town, and north running to south. I would just want to say, for the record, it's not a matter of if we maintain it. It's a matter of how and when. And I think that's what we're trying to figure out through some of these graphs. And if we could look at slide number 13, I think it might be more instructive in terms of what you intend to do when, in terms of year one. And then I think you could more easily assign costs or, expenses, or what these projects might entail. It might give us a clearer picture of how the costs would ramp up and where they would be spent, where the money would be spent.
So I'm not understanding. Do you have a question for that then?
Well, actually, I'm working up to a question, yes.
Okay.
And one of them was, one of the things that we discussed, especially Danielle and I discussed last time, was how to have enough water for agricultural concerns in that area. And so I was wondering, I didn't see on here that water is purchasing more water is on the list.
That is just part of our open space program. So acquisitions aren't always necessarily land. That can include conservation easements. It can include our building up our water portfolio, which is expensive and something
Yes,
that
it
the
is.
open space program for Longmont, which is young, really needs to work on. So that's a big piece of things. So that's why we can't say like, yep, all the land is purchased and we're never going to do any acquisitions again, and there's going to be this day when we're just all done, because there's more to it than just the fee simple land. It's the open space portfolio of water as well.
Okay, but that is not represented here on the timeline.
This is
Well, I mean,
this
it's
t- well,
part
this-
of the acquisitions.
Yeah, this part of the acquisitions. This timeline is for the restoration and long-term stewardship.
Okay.
This is to go with the mock. We saw the aerial of Golden Ponds.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of a timeline of, this is a nature area. This is a small and simple open space. So this is just an idea of a simple restoration and a timeline. Because part of the conversations that we were having on June 25th too is, why now? Why open space tax now? Well, ecological restoration takes many, many years. And so this is to kind of get at the question that you had asked last time.
Yeah, and I'm just adding on to what Councilor Martin said, because I agree it would be nice to know, what's expected from this sales tax. And is it enough or is it too much? Because we are under some pressure to reduce tax, for instance, the grocery tax, and this would be an extension of an add-on tax. There's a cost to every item. Well, there's a cost to every item that we add on to the ballot also. So that would go to the win question. And of course, I feel like this is not the best year to throw this on the ballot, because it's going to be probably a 2-page long ballot. It's very focused on candidates. And in the past, a winning strategy has been to, have an extension. For instance, an extension got passed last year in 2023 because there is more focus on initiatives than on candidates at that time. So I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying when's the best time to do it, because every election costs $60,000. But if we add on 2 or 3 things together, then it's just maybe 70,000 instead of 60,000. And you want to run this when it's likely to be most successful. Now, in my ward, it is a big concern, and I think we even heard one of the constituents from my ward talk about agricultural land. We want to see that continue in Longmont. And so it is important that we have some water acquisition so that can continue to be farmed, and we still have that look in Longmont, especially in my ward. So anyway, I concur with Councilor Martin in that I would like to have a little more data to have a better something to gauge whether this 0.2% is the right amount, what the verbiage on the initiative should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, we've had Transportation, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, the Water Board, and the Sustainability Advisory Board. All those folks taking a look at this, and all of those community members have said that, we need to continue this tax as it was presented and it has been for years. We don't need to mess around with increasing or decreasing the mill levy rate. That's not something we need to do. I think we need to focus on this as just kind of an up or down vote on it. Give it to the electorate to make that decision on. And I just want to thank Jim and Danielle for your great work on this and the clarity that this gave, even though, we have, I know you were trying to work on your crystal ball reading, but that's okay. We've been doing that for years. And I think we need to keep focused on what we need to do here. And we need to get this passed, and there's no better time than the present. And if we're wrong, we can always rerun it, but I don't think that's what the focus is. I think people love this, and I don't think that we should change anything on it. I don't know that any of this data collection would really change my mind on this. I think we just need to get the wording right so that we can give it to the voters, and I think they'll prove that they support this wholeheartedly, and it won't matter whether they have to do one more read through one more item on the ballot or not. I think it's really important that we just stay focused and not try to mess around with decreases or increases or anything like that. This is what we've been dealing with. Let's stay true to it.
Thank you. City Manager.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about some operational issues on some things that have been discussed. So when we look at the acquisition piece, and we talk about water acquisition, land acquisition, the various things that they mentioned, one of the things that we know is that as we get closer into the expiration date, there's less of the ability of us, if an opportunity presents itself, to actually acquire it, because we don't have the time that you could go, well, we're going to consider a debt issuance, because you just don't have the time to issue debt based on the sunset provision. If you then want to figure out how you cash flow it, then what it's starting to do is press the operating expenses associated with this. So it's really creating a decision point of, we need to focus on operations. And part of this conversation is when we look at operations, and we're in budget right now, when position requests are coming in, and we talk about utilizing the open space fund to take care of open space properties, we're really approaching it in the standpoint of a term limited position, because we can't create permanent positions on a funding source that doesn't exist in perpetuity. So then it's impacting how people perceive the job options if you go, oh, here's an opening and it's for 2 or 3 years. And so we're really at the point where our ability to use the funds is becoming more restricted because of the time pressure. When we look at the operating expenses, the other option to solve that issue is then look at the general fund, because that is a revenue stream that's ongoing. As we have talked about going into this budget process, the general fund is pressed from many different areas. We all have seen numerous boards and commissions approach us looking for additional funds being spent in different areas of the organization. So it's just one more area that goes into the mix. And when you're in tough budget years like this, it's hard to look at any of these positions. And so I think from an operational perspective, that's really what they're outlining here is and we can bring some projections back that are relatively easy to say over the next 7 years, we're estimating X number of acres to be rehabilitated, and you use a number, $5,000 an acre, and we can bring some estimates. Few things to unpack there is we don't know what inflation is going to do to that number. There's a lot of variables that will start coming into play, and it really is a placeholder more than a strong number. In terms of acquisitions, reiterating what Danielle and Jim have both said, is ultimately that's a council decision. So any acquisition we bring forward,
Right.
It's ultimately the council's decision as whether or not we want to acquire it. That's another piece of the puzzle. We're also in conversations right now with the St. Vrain Left Hand Water Conservation District when we're looking at some of these options related to water, where there may be some opportunities that come sooner rather than later. And if you're constricted on your time frame, it could impact whether or not we can move forward on certain opportunities. Not only are we going to be looking at that group, we'll also be looking within our other structures and in terms of how we approach it. So there's a lot of variables that we're managing here, but I think the key point is the time is having some operational impact now. The other thing that I would say in all of this is we need to evaluate this on an ongoing basis. So as you look 5, 10 years, a time period when I'm not going to be here, is really within our financial policies is where we're evaluating our revenue streams based on our expenses and making decisions as we're moving out in time to go, are we collecting too much? Are we not collecting too much? What do we need to do? But really have that as part of, at a minimum, evaluating it every 2 to 3 years. But ideally, you want to have that evaluation in every budget cycle as we're coming forward, which can be part of the process. So I wanted to hit a number of things that I was hearing, and also really just talk about time is an issue.
Thank you. Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
Okay, really quick. Can you remind the public, for every $10, how much of the tax goes to this open space?
2 cents.
2 cents. So it's a minimal amount. We do have measures on the ballot that could potentially impact our general fund budget. This adds security and sustainability for this program. And part of our open space is agriculture land.
Correct.
I've
Yes.
gone on the field trip 3 times, and I've seen that, the dedication and commitment to water preservation and agriculture, preserving agriculture.
That's correct.
So it's all in our portfolio. That's all I wanted to kind of bring up.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Councilor Rodriguez. No, I'm
It's
sorry.
me.
Oh,
It's me again.
okay.
So, thank you, City Manager. I think what I'm looking for is just to reduce uncertainty. And I think having a clear plan, doesn't have to be exact, doesn't have to have particular dollars, just has to have a generalized view or vision. And also, I'm just going to throw out a wild idea here. We're committed to a special election in February. What if we move this to February? In other words, we do 2, then it's 60,000 each time, or we combine them. We can combine something else on the special election. Well, we're not committed to it, but we're talking about it.
We're not committed. No. Yeah, it's a total different conversation.
Yeah.
Well, just saying, that would be 2 items that would be just city related, and I think you'd have a more of a focus, and it would be after the presidential election, of which there is a lot of uncertainty.
Councillor Christ, just to respond to things that you have said, as well as Councillor Martin about data, I'm bringing us back just one more time to this slide. While it is illustrative, it is also based on all the older programs all around the Front Range. This is something that we know, the progression of an open space program. So I just wanted to make that point. That this can be seen as more than just a picture. This is based on many years of other open space programs and their operations and their evolutions as well.
Okay.
Mayor, if I can
Go ahead.
jump in, and Councilmember Christ will provide you with this information. Sorry, my glasses, I couldn't see. One of the things when we've run polls on different ballot items, specifically in the last one, Magellan, who did the polling for us, one of the things that they indicated is you tend to want to be in the large national elections because those generate a higher voter turnout, which tends to be more favorable for these types of issues. And that I just wanted to provide that information because that's what we received the last time we did this, and we can verify that and provide you with that information.
So my last, I'm just going to give some fast comments, and we just twice.
That's it.
Okay. What?
I held myself back, pushing that button.
Okay. Is that I look at open space as an asset. And like any asset that we own, even in our own private lives, You don't wait until that asset deteriorates before you start figuring out how you're going to fix it. We need to prepare for anything that could happen to our open space. We didn't bring in climate change at all, as far as dust storms, trees being downed, all kinds of different things that could happen to this. We need to maintain it. And I think that our open space division has done an incredible job, and I think this is great. And I know that people will vote for it. Election years, presidential election years bring out the most voters, and that has been proven time and again. So can't wait to see the ballot language. I don't see any other questions in the queue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also that Ward 2, it's only going to go to Ward 2 if she resigns. And this will go to the.
So our next one is our water rate study, and I would like to invite John Gage to the podium.
But Ward 2 gets to vote on both. Yes, but it would then have to go to the whole city, and we'd have to pay more for that.
Oh, yeah, but I don't think it would be twice as much. I was just talking to Dawn about it. I don't know. You know how it goes. Then we get the prospectus spend. Okay, let's talk about it.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. I'm Chris Huffer, Assistant Director of Water and Waste. We will get to John here in just a second, Mayor, but I'll start off. Tonight we are bringing you the second in a series of presentations on water rates. And if you'll remember, in May 28th, we came, I with Lance Smith from our Business Enablement Group, presented on the beginning of the water rate study. We talked a lot about revenues and cost of service, and tonight we'll be presenting to you some more information on that cost of service side. I know we're getting late, so we'll try and keep this as succinct as possible. A couple of years ago, our management with the city manager's office looked at the way we were handling our water services and decided to bring our group together into one department where we were spread out previously. So now, over the last 2 years, Water and Waste has been working diligently on our assets and working to put our capital programs together. And as we know, water is a very essential element in life. We can't live without it. And when we do our jobs and provide clean water to our residents and to our community, they can thrive. So what I just really wanted to point out to you was as we've consolidated our water and waste department together, we have operations, engineering, environmental affairs, water resources, and all of us working together help us to focus on that mission to bring clean water to our community. Doing that has some cost to it, and looking at our budgets that we'll be presenting here for 2025, you'll see that for next year we have a capital improvement program of about $12 million. We have debt services that we'll be looking at that are about 13% of the cost that we spend, and then operating is our largest expense at 60%. And operating includes everything from the nuts and bolts that we have, the commodities that we buy, as well as the personnel that are working for us. And they are our biggest asset. And as we look at those that work for us, we like to compare ourselves to how efficient and effective we have been with the personnel that we have. Starting in 1995, we were looking at having approximately 1 employee per 1,000 population. That was not as effective as it could have been. So over time and concerted effort and what good planning on the part of others before us, we've been able to get our workforce down to approximately 0.6 employees per 1,000 population. As population has grown, we've been able to hold our numbers down and be able to do more with each of the employees that we have. AWWA, or American Water Workers Association, does a poll every year of water utilities. They tell us that on average, most utilities are working with about 0.75 employees per 1,000. So we are very proud of the work that we've done and the work of our employees to do as much as they can. And we'll get to how we get to that point is by implementing our best practices and continuous improvements for the way that we address our work. That includes implementation of our asset management programs, work management systems, making sure that we have good procedures in place and systematic approaches to the way that we deal with day-to-day issues. We are also working with all of our employees on their continuous improvement, improving our communications, as well as making sure that our data is turned into information that we can use for making good decisions. All of those things lead us to a competitive identity that each of our employees is doing more than they could otherwise. We know that we're adding value by using our cross-training and allowing employees from different groups to cross-train so that we've got public works techs working with our water utility techs. So our water utility techs may step in for snow plowing, or our public works street techs may step in and help with water valve replacements. And then also, as a current example, we've been working on our lead service line projects with a deadline of October, and working with our employees and with technology, we were able to accomplish that and complete complete the city's survey without having to hire any additional employees. So when our employees are working hard and we have our operations under control, we can concentrate on our capital improvements. And those capital improvements fall into one of three categories normally, either increasing capacity or building resilience through redundancy and other improvements, or as large asset management. Coming in the future, we'll be looking at our 5-year CIP, and we want to just highlight some of the bigger projects that we have coming up. In our water resources group, we have the Ralph Price Reservoir, which has about $8 million worth of work coming. We have pipe replacements that add up to about $44 million over 5 years. And then we have the Nelson Flanders water treatment plant. For all of that, adding up to about $147 million. There's also 15 additional other CIPs that are supporting that are about 15% of the total of $173 million over the next 5 years. All that to say that our safe drinking water for Longmont is a product of our reliable source water, robust treatment, and resilient distribution systems. Now we'll each go through our individual sections. We want to start with our water resources portion. That's the source water for our drinking water. And as many of you know, we have two sources. We have our transbasin water that comes from the CBT system and Grand Lake up in the mountains. And then we also have our native basin water that comes from the St. Vrain. In that $8 million that we talked about for our CIP and water resources area, we'll be doing improvements to Ralph Price Reservoir, the North St. Vrain pipeline that connects the reservoir to Nelson Flanders, and then we also have some raw water irrigation projects that are coming up. I just wanted to also point out too that we have collaborative projects with Northern Colorado, like Chimney Hollow, that do not show up in our CIP, but we have financed those in the past with past bond initiatives and other payments that the city has made, which leads to the reliability of our source water. And with that, we'll move on to treated water, and I'll have Joe Mahalski cover that.
Thanks, Chris. Hello, Mayor Peck and members of council. My name is Joe Mahalski, Engineering and Operations Administrator, Water and Waste. The main items I'll be discussing related to the capital program are the planned investments for the city at the treatment facilities, Wade Gaddis and Nelson Flanders. I'll also be updating you on the 2020 bond initiative projects that was approved by over 80% of the voters. So just a little background on the history of the city's investment in water treatment. As you can see from this timeline, the city has made investments to continually maintain the reliability of its treatment facilities. The timeline shows the original construction of the Nelson Flanders facility in 2005. The main purpose for that was to replace the aging assets of the north and south treatment facilities. And the current project will replace Wade Gaddis at the Nelson Flanders facility, and that's consistent with the historic investments to renew aging infrastructure. So again, I've been talking about Wade Gaddis, so just a little background on that facility. So it was constructed as a peaking plant in 1983. Its purpose was to provide excess capacity during summer irrigation season only. So over time, there's been a changing need for the city, not just to accommodate the peaks in the summer, but to provide true redundancy and resiliency year-round for treatment. So Wade Gaddis no longer meets the needs of the city since it is not well suited for operating during the winter with open basins. It has structural issues, and it also has some outdated treatment processes. So in previous master planning efforts, it was determined that investing in Wade Gaddis renovations or replacement on the current site is not preferred based on economic and operational considerations. And the pictures here kind of show some of the structural cracking you see in the upper right, and then some of the undersized and outdated processes in the other couple of pictures there. So the major capital project for treatment in the near term is the expansion of Nelson Flanders. So again, it's replacing the Wade Gaddis capacity at Nelson Flanders. So it's important to note that the project is not increasing the city's overall treatment capacity. It's merely moving the capacity from Wade Gaddis over to the Nelson Flanders site. Conservation has reduced the need to increase overall treatment capacity in the near term, but treatment resiliency is still needed. So another important feature of the Nelson Flanders site is that was originally planned for expansion in 2005. The Boulder County permit that we hold allows for up to 80 million gallons per day of treatment at the site, and we're currently at 40 million gallons per day of treatment. So that's the other reason why moving the capacity over to Nelson Flanders is the path forward. So here you'll see the conceptual design for the Nelson Flanders facility in the expansion in blue. The existing plant is in gray. And so now, just to update, if you'll recall, a bond election in 2020 included a number of projects in our water system. Unfortunately, we are not able to fund all of the Nelson Flanders project costs due to escalation in costs and availability of other resources during the time since 2020. The current plant expansion estimate of $95 million in 2023 is nearly double the original estimate from 2019. So that drove staff to delay and phase certain project elements since we could not afford the project with the funding that was in place. And staff brought a plan to council in 2023, and council did approve amending the water system CIP to reprioritize funding from the larger Nelson Flanders expansion to the Montgomery tank replacement project, which is another large project in the water system, in the distribution system that John Gage will get into a little bit more. But some other projects that have benefited from the 2020 bonds sold to date are Price Park. So that's the picture you see, the overview on the left. So the Price Park water storage tank is nearing completion. We hope to actually start that up and bring it into the system within the next couple of months. So that'll be a big project coming to fruition. We've also spent money on the Nelson Flanders expansion design and smaller redundancy projects that include improvements to the existing chemical, electrical, and mechanical systems. You can see a picture in the lower right of just a new chemical storage tank that we're putting in there that gives us greater storage to be able to meet demands. And then the Montgomery tank design is underway because that amendment took place towards the end of last year. So we're underway with that. And the bond money will also go towards the construction of that facility. So now I'd like to turn it over to John Gage, Engineering and Operations Administrator, and he'll continue to go through the CIP, focusing on the water distribution system. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Peck, members of council, John Gage, Engineering and Operations Administrator with the city. I support our environmental affairs and our utility operations and maintenance groups. I commend you on your attention here on this critical infrastructure for the city. I'm going to try and bring us home relatively quickly. And with the water distribution, I could bore you with the complexity of the system. Given what time it is, probably not that difficult to do. So I'm going to break it down really simply for you on what water distribution is in terms of the capital assets. And that's really tanks and pipes. So that's what I'll be summarizing for you here in this presentation. So Longmont has made investments in water storage tanks throughout its history, and so I'm sure most of you are aware of Price Park Tank as a project that is nearing completion. That tank was about 100 years in service, and we have Montgomery Tank that's slated to be replaced in the next 3 years, and that will have been in service for just about 60 years. And you may be asking the question, you know, there's 2 data points on here, 60 years and 100 years. Why the difference? And it's about the tank material. And so Longmont has come to standardize on concrete tanks, and that normally gets about 80 to 100 years of useful life, has much less operation and maintenance costs associated with it. And Montgomery Tank is our last metal tank, and you can see the photos over there on the right. That is the drawback of installing steel and metal tanks, is it's susceptible to corrosion. And so it's a maintenance headache, and so we're standardizing on concrete. If you think about it, when we replace Montgomery Tank, that's going to be concrete. Our oldest tank will be Skyline Tank in 1977. Our next major tank project will be somewhere in the 2050 to 2070 time frame. So we're well on our way for that asset. And so now the asset that nobody can really see until we replace it, which is pipeline infrastructure. We can take council out to a tank. You can see the corrosion. It is very difficult to understand that we maintain and own 450 miles of pipeline around the city. And so to break that down, I think material-wise is probably the best picture to paint. So 260 miles of that pipe around the city is PVC, and that's our standard for pipeline installation today. You're going to see PVC pipe out there. 80 miles of pipe is ACP, and 65 miles is CIP, cast iron pipe, and then another 30 miles is ductile iron pipe. And again, just for brevity's sake, right, what we're going to focus on in terms of asset management, asset replacement is cast iron pipe, CIP, the pipe that's outlined there in red, 65 miles. And why is this an issue? And I'm sure all of you have probably seen water breaks, water main breaks, and the works that our crew does. But American Society of Civil Engineers has recently published an article about the importance of water main replacement. Breaking water mains present the U.S. and Canada with a $452 billion problem. We are not alone in this in terms of asset replacement of cast iron pipe. And it is crucial to the system. So you can see in the upper left there, it impacts transportation systems. And this cast iron pipe failure does present the highest risk. It's one of the higher risk activities for impacting public health. And I just want to say that, you know, our staff is trained, certified, licensed to perform maintenance of these systems. We have processes and procedures, but that is all managing risk, right? So the risk is still there when we do have water main breaks. And cast iron pipe, unlike PVC, is susceptible to fracturing. You see in that upper right. And the lower left is pitting and corrosion. And on the lower right is tuberculation, which is buildup of minerals and deposits on the pipe, which doesn't happen in PVC. So all of this to say, cast iron pipe is crucial. It's one of our focuses to get out of the system and replace it with PVC. And you may ask, what type of urgency do we have on this issue? 65 miles of cast iron pipe. We've been typically replacing 1 mile per year. Simple math. That would mean that in order to get rid of all the cast iron pipe, that's going to take 65 years. So what you'll see in your CIP is an increase in replacement rate. So we're proposing 2 and then 3 miles per year in the 5-year CIP. And so we want to track break frequency, right? That is a measure that we can understand and quantify. And what we see in terms of a break frequency per 100 miles of pipe within the system, we're somewhere around the 15 to 25 range. And Chris earlier alluded to American Waterworks Association. They help us with a lot of metrics. And what they recommend for utilities is to be at 15 or below. And if you're above that, you really should be increasing your replacement rate. And where we're seeing the concern, I think, Mayor Peck, you mentioned it earlier, we don't want to wait until assets fail to replace them. And this is similar with our pipeline infrastructure. The line there shows the percent of our cast iron pipe, and it's associated with the axis on the right, the percent of the pipe that's over 50 years old. And 50 years is kind of the average cast iron pipe. We're now in 2024, and so 90% of our cast iron pipe is at its useful life of 50 years, meaning that we're tracking the break frequency, but we want to accelerate replacement so that we don't see break frequency climbing in the same way that you see that distribution curve there. All right. I'm gonna bring us home with the cost drivers and main takeaways. So as you all are talking about water systems with your constituents, 3 words that Chris said earlier: capacity, resilience, asset management, are words that we want you to take home. When we talk about capacity, it is avoided future capacity. Joe said it earlier too. Water conservation and efficiency is extremely important. If we had not done those measures, if residents had not embarked on water efficiency over time, we would be coming back with a further expansion of Nelson Flanders, larger tanks, upsized transmission lines. So all of the efficiency projects that we have done over time to maintain a stable demand, even with the growth of the city, has avoided the need for future capacity improvements. So our focus is really resiliency and asset management. And so the lens that you have with those 2 words, resilience and asset management, you can see with the it's not a cross out of Nelson Flanders expansion. That's supposed to be underneath that as a summation. But the lens of asset management and resilience, you can kind of see across these projects. Ralph Price Reservoir and cast iron pipe replacement, the top 2 are asset management projects, so the 8 and 44. And then with Nelson Flanders, site improvements and the expansion, that is aimed at resiliency, bolstering the treatment process. And so those 4 projects total the $147 million, and those are really the focus of our CIP. We do have a lot of other CIP that we don't want to we don't say that they're not important. They're just not as significant in cost as compared to those 4 projects. We're happy to answer other questions about CIP later, but these will be the drivers when we talk through rates. So with that, any questions from council?
This is an amazing presentation. Thank you. I love the pictures. I like visuals. Is there anybody on council that has comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. This was very informative. I can see why it's expensive. So the next thing on our list is the 9308 North 87th Street Annexation referral, and Jennifer Hewitt-Apperson is at our podium.
Thank you, Dallas. Our technological needs would go so unanswered without you. So, good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. This is a request for annexation referral for property located at 9308 North 87th Street in the southwestern part of the Longmont planning area. This 8.11 acre site is located in the at the northeast corner of Airport Road and Clover Basin Drive. It is immediately west of the property known as 8902 Quail Road, which this council referred to the full annexation application process a few months ago, but it is a completely separate project. So they are neighboring, but they are not the same project. This property is designated as mixed neighborhood in Envision Longmont, and the applicant will be requesting the residential mixed neighborhood or RMN zoning district, which is the primary zoning district in the mixed neighborhood category and permits a range of densities from 6 to 18 dwelling units per acre. So as noted previously, the subject property indicated by the red star on this map is within a larger area of the southwestern part of the Longmont planning area that is designated for mixed neighborhood uses. So per Envision Longmont, this district is intended to provide a mix of housing options and densities while serving as a transition between single family and higher density corridors. Additionally, this property is located in an area of change as defined in Envision Longmont. Areas of change do include undeveloped areas planned for future development. I will note that the city's comprehensive plans dating back to at least 1995 have identified this general area that includes the subject property as one that is suited for future residential development. So the applicant is still refining the concept plan, but has indicated they will most likely seek a density in the midpoint of the RMN range. Representatives from the applicant team are here this evening and they are available to answer questions once I finish this overview. So access to Clover Basin Drive would be shared with the proposed 8902 Quail Road annexation to the east in order to ensure required spacing from the intersection of Airport and Clover Basin. The portion of Quail Road adjacent to this property on its northern boundary is a City of Longmont road, whereas to the east it is an unincorporated Boulder County roadway. So at this point, there is a second northern access point that aligns with Box Elder Drive shown. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the neighborhood and the community about this proposed access. I will note that public safety does require that there be at least 2 points of access for new developments such as this in order to ensure that emergency services can quickly access the development if necessary, and also potentially if they need to get through that property to access other adjacent properties that aren't part of this development, they would have that same ability as well. So it really is a public safety issue to have multiple points of access. The question again is, what will they ultimately look like? At this point, this is very conceptual. This is an annexation referral, so there are still a lot of unknowns because the applicant has not gone through the full process of doing the various traffic studies and such. So this property is eligible for annexation into the City of Longmont. As noted, it is part of an unincorporated Boulder County enclave that is located within the Longmont planning area. State statute requires that 1/6 of a property's perimeter be contiguous to a municipal boundary in order to be eligible for annexation. Approximately 60% of this property's boundary is contiguous with the City of Longmont. I will also note that Section 4G of our intergovernmental agreement with Boulder County, which was renewed earlier this year, states that county enclaves should be brought into the city to ensure that adequate facilities are provided and to ensure that any future development is consistent with the goals and policies of the city. So with that, staff does recommend that this property known as 9308 North 87th Street be referred for application to annex into the City of Longmont. I will stand by for any questions. We'll also note again that Matthew Napier and Jonah Weiss from the applicant team are available for more project-specific questions. So thank you.
Can you go back to the slide that shows the annexation property?
This one?
Yes. Do you see the, on the airport road, the kind of, this one? Because I'm wondering, and then there's the tiny little gray area at the bottom.
Yes.
City of Longmont. My concern is, why are we using an exit on Box Elder Drive, which annoys the neighborhood, instead of exiting on Airport Road, which is
Sure. So
arterial, that's what I was looking for.
So the short answer is that there are minimum spacing requirements for roadways such as Airport, which is a major arterial roadway. This triangular parcel here is owned by Northern Water Conservancy. It's one of their utility buildings. I don't know that any access point between Quail and Clover Basin would pass muster with our public works folks in terms of intersection spacing requirements. That's the short answer. The long answer is we don't have the traffic studies under review yet, and we just don't know yet. This is conceptual. There are still a lot of details to be worked out.
Yeah, we find this with other annexations and other properties that, you know, the main arterial never seems to be, I won't say never, but most of the time, never seems to be the one of the access points. It's always through a neighborhood or it's through, and it's very frustrating because that's what upsets our residents about developments. And I would like it if our traffic department would say, we need to exit onto an arterial, because I know this is going to bring up a lot of anguish. And I would like it to be worked out beforehand. Is that how can we engineer this so the access is on Airport? I don't know what that would involve, but.
And again, I don't know if this is something that we would need to discuss with our traffic engineers, but based on what I've seen on this map and my discussions with them on previous projects,
yep,
I don't know that it would meet our development standards that we've adopted by the city. There would need to be a number of variances and design exceptions and a variety of other things that really are the purview of the Public Works Department, but it ultimately comes down to public safety in terms of why we have these access spacing requirements.
And with our residents being anti-growth in apartments, it would just make it easier if we thought outside the box a bit and not always gone down that engineering tunnel that engineers like. Sorry. So those are my comments. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Councilor Hidalgo Ferry.
So,
oh, I should turn on your. There
I
you
could
go.
talk louder, but so a lot of the concerns that came to me about this development, one in this was the concern about Quail Road. I guess there's a little section that doesn't run through, and then to the east of that, it's more dirt, rural, because it's unincorporated Boulder County. So that transitioning, if it becomes a full street, the impact to the neighborhood there, that is a concern that I'd like to see addressed. And then looking at the arrow pointing up towards Box Elder Drive, so is that exit then encouraging drivers to go through this particular neighborhood? I mean, I'm not a developer.
Based on just the layout of that neighborhood to the north, I don't know that it would. There really isn't any real reason to go through there. I mean, you could conceivably cut through to get to Airport Road, but I don't know that it would save you any time. The counterpoint to that is people who live on the north side of Box Elder, there's nothing stopping them if this project does get approved. There's nothing stopping them from cutting through this development to get to Clover Basin. So, our community is it's kind of a living organism, and having that interconnectivity doesn't necessarily, it can benefit more than just a given property. It can really benefit existing residents. That section of Quail Road, to say that it's goofy is an understatement, but it's very, if you look at it on a map, you're like, man, this is really weird. And I don't know if Jim Engstedt back there, if I am speaking out of turn, please jump in and correct me. So my understanding is this historically goes back 30 years to when this subdivision off Box Elder was developed to begin with, and the residents of the county enclave didn't want them cutting through their neighborhood, so they closed off this section. So it's, we're dealing with past decisions that
So really, before anyone moves forward with any kind of traffic study, it does need to be annexed. There's several steps that need to happen prior to, or
it needs to be referred. It needs to be referred to
Once
the
it's
annex.
referred,
Yeah,
then we can start running, and then it comes back to us.
Correct. So the process is, if you agree to refer this to the annexation process this evening, they would then schedule a neighborhood meeting. We would hold a neighborhood meeting. We hold them live stream virtually. They're interactive, which I've found it drastically increases the ability of people to participate. So we would hold a neighborhood meeting prior to their submittal of an application. Their application would include the various technical studies that we require. So traffic studies, any wildlife studies. Once staff goes through its review, it would then come back to council for consideration of the formal annexation and zoning. So still a ways off. Still a ways off.
So that's why I was wondering, because there was minimal information. Yeah. Like I felt like I can't vote on this because there's not enough to bring that forward, but just, to understand that process and ensure that the public understands this is the process. It's just the referral. It's not the actual annexation. The other concern, and this is for the developers, do you have other permits for building property or building here in Longmont? Do you have other permits out there in the ethos?
So, thank you guys for having us today. My name is Matthew Napier. I'm just working on behalf of the owner of the property to help him through the entitlement process.
Okay.
In my past life, I have worked for builders and other developers. I was working with Tri-Point Homes when they actually built in Sugar Mill. So they're building duplex product in Sugar Mill. I was a part of the Tri-Point team developing that community and when they started the vertical construction.
Okay.
Jonah is here as part of our planning team, LJA, who's the consultant helping us with the planning and engineering of the site as it moves forward. So we as the team up here for the applicant, we're not actually builders.
Got it.
The process would be down the road, we would bring in the end user, the builder that would come in to build and sell the homes.
Okay, and I apologize for my ignorance. I'm an educator, I'm not a developer.
Yeah, no worries.
But, I think one of the challenges we are experiencing here on council is there's a lot of permits out there, and we're not really seeing, they're developers just seem to be kind of sitting on some of these developments. And so we don't really have an insight of what is going to be built and, what direction we want to go as we are approving future annexations and, having to vote on variances and whatever.
I'm going to interrupt you and make a motion that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Okay, I'll second.
All right. So it's been moved by me and seconded by Councilor Hidalgo-Fearing that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Any discussion? Let's vote then on real fast because it's 5 till.
Do you want us to raise
Let's
our
just
hands,
do
or-
a voice vote or raise our hands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
How did you vote?
I said aye.
Okay. So that passed.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Kristen Rodriguez said no.
What is it?
It's
Four
four
to
to
two.
two. Mhm.
So it passed. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
So,
but-
no, I mean, that was the purpose of my question, was just, to find out, do you have other permits out there? If so, get on those before coming to us for this. But don't worry about it. You don't. So, thank you.
So you need a motion here to refer this annexation, this property, to refer it, make the motion. I can't even talk anymore.
Oh, he has his mic on.
Okay, fantastic.
Well, I'll try to be brief there, Mayor Peck.
Okay.
Okay. I was going to agree with Councilmember Hidalgo Faring in the sense that when we were looking at some of these, this came down from what looked like 310 units to what looks like on the on what page is that? Page 3 of our council communication to about 100, but that still doesn't really tell me, what that is. It's enticing that that's a third less than the original numbers, but I think that's just a concern that we want a sort of product in there that is maybe a starter home or a home for affordable, attainable sort of housing that somebody can purchase. And so that's my biggest concern too, because you don't really see what these things are until afterwards. And I don't want to give the impression that I'm going to be in support of this when it finally comes to us. And so that's I'll be supporting whatever if we move forward with this, bringing it in for today, but I want to make sure the applicant understands that my expectation is those components need to be part of it.
Thank you. Councilor Hidalgo Faring, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, sure. So I'll move this 9308 North 87th Street annexation for referral.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Hidalgo Faring, seconded by Councilor Martin, that we refer this to the annexation review process. Let's vote. Oh man, I gotta get back to my screen. Okay, that passes 5-1 with Councilor Chris opposing and Councilor Yarbrough absent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite Molly O'Donnell to the podium for the request for waiver of development fees for the Ascent at Hover Crossing. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I would like to take this moment to make a disclosure and then ask council their opinion. For the public's sake, as well as fellow council members, at the beginning of January, I began work as a property tax specialist for the state of Colorado for the Division of Property Taxation, specifically considering property tax exemptions. Yesterday, on Monday, I received a call from a representative of the Longmont Housing Authority requesting guidance on potentially having to file an application for property tax exemption with the state concerning the Early Childhood Education Center. It's a novel consideration that a housing authority would be leasing space to a nonprofit organization for childcare. It's not common. Housing authorities are generally exempt under the state statutes. And so it's unclear. It's possible that the Longmont Housing Authority will have to submit an application to the state. With that said, I would not necessarily be assigned that application for adjudication. I could easily recuse myself and have it assigned to one of my colleagues, as well as I think that I could, without bias, consider this item of the agenda. But if the council feels that this is a conflict of interest, I am happy to recuse myself.
So, comments from council on whether he should recuse himself from, not necessarily this presentation, but voting on it, because this is
part of the project.
Okay. So are there any comments or thoughts?
I have a conflict because I worked for it.
Right.
So
I personally don't have a problem with you being part of this. I respect your, your professionalism as well as your knowledge. Okay. So do we have a consensus here? What do you think, Diane?
I don't know what to think. It's past 11, but.
If it's after 11.
Council, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but
Turn on your microphone.
Councilor Rodriguez, if you feel like you should recuse yourself, then I think you should do it. I think you should recuse yourself if you feel that it puts you in a position of working both sides of the issue. Okay?
So she's not going to decide for you. Councilor Martin, do you have an opinion on whether he should recuse himself from this
I don't
discussion?
really understand how it could cause any conflict, so I don't think he needs to, certainly not at this point.
Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring says she's fine with it, so you're in. You're in for the whole enchilada. Thank you. Molly, it's yours.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm going to start by introducing Brad Weinig, project proponent and on our development team for Ascent, and he'll get us kicked started.
Thank you, Molly, and good evening, Mayor, and good evening, members of City Council. Again, my name is Brad Weinig. I live in Denver, but I'm here representing Penrose, who is the development company that the Longmont Housing Authority selected, thankfully, through a competitive process a couple years back to develop the project that we are here to talk about tonight. And so quickly wanted to just share, and again, I know you on the dais are intimately familiar with this project in your capacity as the board of the Longmont Housing Authority, for the benefit of those in this room and poor souls who still might be watching this online. This is a project at the southwest corner of 18th and Cook Street, technically former address of 1760 Hover Street in the Hover Crossing community, about a 2.4 acre parcel, where we intend, in partnership with the Longmont Housing Authority, to build this a rendering here of this development, which is about 75 units of affordable multifamily rental housing, along with the central community building there. The right side of the picture and the one nearest you is the two-story early childhood education center that we plan to incorporate as well. Again, the basics: 100% income and rent restricted property, serving households ranging from 30 to 80% of AMI, which, depending on household size, is roughly $30 to maybe just over $100,000, but in any case, below the median for their household size in Boulder County. And importantly to us, and importantly to the Longmont Housing Authority, 27 out of the 75 units, so more than a third, are dedicated to 3 and 4 bedroom units, which are in very scarce supply among the apartment community as a whole, and especially in the affordable world. So we're very proud to incorporate that as well. And then, of course, along with that, you need to have spaces and facilities and uses that are amenities to families, right? And so the open space, the playgrounds, indoor open space, classroom areas, exercise facilities, as well as, again, the early childhood education center, which is a somewhat unique component, but is an important integral part of this project. And we are here tonight to effectively ask, one more, hopefully last ask, for this council to consider a slight increase to the fee waivers that are contemplated for affordable housing within your kind of municipal code. And that is largely because, as you can see, we have tapped just about every source of financing we can possibly tap. Many of them are from the city, from the Housing Authority, or flow through the Housing Authority. And we are eminently grateful for all the support that we have received from the staff, from you all as council and board members to date. And the last ask is to kind of, for you to consider an additional roughly $150,000 fee waivers that Molly can get into the details for, but effectively it's because, you know, we're pretty much stressed at this point, and the dollar in and the dollar out is kind of where we're at to get this over the hump, where we're hopefully a couple weeks away from financially closing and starting construction this fall. And this is kind of the last ask to make this project a reality that so many of us have worked very hard on for the last couple of years. And so I think with that, I'll let Molly talk through the details of it, but again, appreciate your time and consideration tonight. Thank you.
So the project has already received administrative approval for a fee waiver of up to 50% of the eligible fees that can be waived under code. Those are really associated with the affordable housing units, and that's because those are associated with residential building permits. We do have 2 other permits coming with this for the community building, because it's a standalone building that would serve the property management offices and maintenance offices, and it's not a residential permit. It is a commercial permit. And then the space that's dedicated for the Early Childhood Education Center is also a commercial permit. Both of those are not eligible for fee waivers under the section 4.79 of the code that allows it for the affordable housing units. So the proposal, because we only need a request of just about $152,000 to make the budget work, we left those 2 commercial permit prices alone. So those would be paid in this proposal from the development team. Really what is being requested is an additional waiver of 25% on those fees that are eligible to be waived for the affordable housing unit. So that brings it to 75% for those. What you can see here on the right side is if that were to be approved, there would still be over $600,000 of fees paid to the city. And that is a percentage of the entire permit cost of 48%. Once you factor in the fees that will be paid that are not eligible for waiver, and everything else that goes into the math here. So I can certainly come back to this in a moment if we need to review this. So the first questions for you tonight are, should the council approve the additional fee waiver that's being requested tonight? There's a couple of thresholds that have to be met in code. The first, we screen through the permit fee waiver application process, so it's met all those requirements. But really the 2 special ones for consideration when a developer comes and requests additional waivers from council are, is there a demonstrated need for the project? In this case, is the affordable housing need significant? And the answer is yes, especially for these larger sized units that are incredibly difficult to finance and help contribute to the gap in the budget. And then the financial feasibility, what we showed earlier was all of the sources that have come into this project, and that there is still a gap to get it over the finish line. So the question is for you tonight, should the request be considered? And then if you do not want to consider it in that way, there are a couple of alternatives that we could talk about.
I think that you should waive them. This is a project that is exceptional, and it addresses everything we've said that we need in our community. We know it's going to be expensive. That's why nobody else wants to build it. So I am a yes for waiving the fees. Councilor McCoy.
I'm also a yes for waiving the fees. I think we have to make sure that these types of projects that we've worked really hard at over the years, and I've seen you coming before us several times to discussing this and giving us site plans and other things like that, this is sort of project that we can really be proud of in the end.
Yes. So do we need this as a motion? It's just direction.
Yes, please.
All right. I move that we waive the 25% of the eligible fees for the Ascent at Hover project.
Second?
Can we say the additional 25%?
Okay. I move
Still second.
that we waive the additional 25% of eligible fees to be waived. And still a second. Any comments? Seeing none, let's vote. Whoops, where it disappeared.
Was that seconded by Councilmember Martin?
Yes, it was. Martin. It's too late to. Who are we waiting for? So that carries unanimous, 6-0 with Councilor Yarbrough absent.
Thank you, Mayor and members
Thank
of
you
council.
very much. I'm really proud of LHA that we're doing this in our city because I don't know of anyone else that would. So we are now at final call, public invited to be heard. Is there anybody in the public that would like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'm going to close final call public. Oh, you do? I'm sorry. Lance, come on down.
Oh, yeah. Turn on your mic.
Another field gone to waste. Used to play in that field a lot. Apparently, I'm not going to be able to anymore. I'm sorry to see you guys still building like crazy. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Lance. Now we are at mayor and council comments. Any comments? Councilor McCoy.
Yes, it'll be brief. At the new fire station opening this past weekend, they have for residents a free NOAA weather radio for Longmont residents, and all we have to do is contact the Longmont Office of Emergency Management to schedule a pickup at the Safety and Justice Center at 225 Kimbark Street, and the phone number is 303-774-3793. And it's great for folks that have aren't very technologically savvy with flip phones and other things like that, but that's why we don't have an announcement system now, so you can have this sort of NOAA radio going on in the background, and it'll go off when there's an emergency.
Point of order.
Oh, I see you up there. Okay. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I would just like to thank the council for extending the period of time for which that I'm allowed to participate remotely. I have already scheduled my travel plans to be present physically for critical votes. And I do believe that it is important to have a non-deadlockable strong council for the budget votes and certain other critical votes that are going to come before this council in the next 4 months. So I am very glad to be able to keep my commitments in that sense, and I will also keep my other commitments during this period of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. City Manager.
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City Attorney.
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
So it's been, the motion to adjourn has been made by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed. We are adjourned.